Join me as I dive into the world of young adult fantasy and challenge myself to find the most epic audiobook Meta Essence Gacha in Marvel. What if you could dive into a world where magic and adventure await at every turn? Leaving things to luck like. It's ironic too. That is the reason I train so hard, Seiko. My future battles is happening right now. He gesticulates to the moment. I don't even know what I will fight when I will fight, but I'm training for it. And I will be victorious because of it. He always hated those characters with a lot of potential but lived normal lives till a threat appeared. If your life is not normal, don't go with a happy-go-lucky attitude and trust that shit will not happen, say vices pacem, parabellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. He stops his gesture and looks down, his eyes locking on all his foes. When I enter in battle is not about if I will win, it's about how I will win. He smirks, and I already decided. With his great plethora of powers, ironically the hardest part is deciding what power to use. Let's start. He waves his hand at the country, locking it up in a barrier. No one leaves, no one enters. Everyone is suddenly in panic when the country is locked in a transparent dome. Suddenly, a screen appears on the dome and Hector's face is on it, smiling at them. Greetings, people of Dressrosa. He says, you guys must know me as the big and bad devil. But I'm not a bad guy. Okay, I'm a little. But I'm better than your actual king and hero. I noticed that you guys worship Doflamingo. I'm here to say that all of you have been brainwashed. He says lightly. Everyone looks at each other in confusion. It's okay, it's okay. You guys don't need to believe in me. I will prove it in the next instant. Prepare for the shock. He says, and the screen changes again. Right now Hector is using a combination of the powers, hologram, and chart to show what he wants. The screen shows a small kid eating some fruits leisurely. The kid jumps in fright at being shown on the big screen suddenly. This is bad. In his castle, Doflamingo frowns and moves fast to where Sugar, the child in question, is. But Hector is faster. He suddenly appears in front of the girl and smiles devilishly at her. His hands go to his torso. He just started assimilating a certain character after finishing Arthur Luyon's assimilation. He is assimilating this character next only for this moment. His fingers trace his torso like he is going to open a coat and then. He opens his torso. Ghost freak, ectoneurite physiology. The people watching the screen can't see because his back is turned to him. They can only see some tentacles, other things getting off his torso and the face of Sugar for seeing it. Her eyes bulged out, her mouth opened so much that her jaw almost fell off. Tears and snot cascade from her face and she pass out. Hector laughs out loud and turns to the camera. Now let's start the battle royale. Beat everyone from the Doflamingo family, people of Dressrosa. Freedom! He shouts in his best impression of William Wallace. Hell broke loose after the screen disappeared from the dome. Hector looks down on the passed-out form of Sugar. His eyes show disgust before he grabs her and starts taking her power away. Yes, taking her power away. For the first time since arriving in this world, he is not only copying a devil fruit but taking it completely. The reason is simple. As a fleeting traveler in this world, Hector is adopting a respectful harvesting instance. Similar to how people gather in nature, you don't take the roots of a plant, only what you want without taking it in excess. If Hector takes a devil fruit power, the devil fruit will never reincarnate in this world because it will always be with him, so he avoided doing that. Sugar's Hobie no Mi is probably the only exception that he will make. The power to turn people into toys with a touch, one-sidedly create an enslaving contract and retroactively erase all of the memories of that person in everyone's mind. It's simply ridiculous and disgusting. Hector mutters while taking the power away. One of the 5 priority paramecias that he came to take, but different from the others, this one he came to take and seal away. And done. After taking the power away, Hector snaps Sugar's neck without pity. She only looks like a child because of the side effect of her power. She is an adult. So no mercy was given. She throws her body to the side like trash and walks away. There's a lot of powers here to take, and after deciding to go all out, he is not holding back anymore. Fuck the plot. He repeats himself. Doflamingo tried to stop Hector but was intercepted by Law halfway. Law. Doflamingo. The two stare at each other. Doflamingo can't even fly, because he can't connect his string powers with the clouds in the sky, thanks to Hector's dome. Hence he could only jump from roof to roof. I waited for this day for a long time. Law says slowly while removing his big katana from the scabbard. Doflamingo gives an angry laugh while covering his face. So now you think because you have backer you can go against me? He scowls. I think I need to put you in your place, Law. He shouts in scorn before attacking. The whole country is in chaos. Normal people and some soldiers are fighting the Doflaming family goons. Some high-level people of Doflamingo are intercepted by Law's people and others are in battling some good fighters from Dressrosa's side. Some former good soldiers remembered their loyalty and others finally have the courage to act. Freedom! Hector shouts from above a huge building. His voice crosses the battlefield, carrying Bello Betty's hype power, strengthening the ones he sees as allies. That's too easy, he comments with a shake of his head. Creating chaos is easy. Another Hector is now in a certain building, and a bunch of people from Doflamingo lay down on the ground defeated. He is holding a woman in his right arm. She is sitting on his forearm like she weighs nothing. So, do you believe me now? He turns his face to give her a cheeky smile. Viola's eyes are wide when she is in Hector's arms. The situation changed fast. They met earlier, before Hector even trapped the whole of Dressrosa. He talked with her and defeated all of her subordinates while doing it. He approached the people who really matter in this whole situation. After all, if he defeats Doflamingo, someone needs to rule and deal with the aftermath. Creating chaos is easy, but establishing order is hard. Thanks to his reputation and her overall dislike of pirates and men, Viola was distrustful of Hector at first. But the guy has his way with the words. See? I kept my promise. Hector says to her, it's too much to ask for a vote of confidence? Hector acts hurt. What did you expect? I can't see what you're thinking and I don't know you. Viola deadpants. Viola has one of the best non-combat powers in this world. The Gyro no Mi, glare fruit, allows the user to see through everything. Things, lies, minds. Also allows the user to have a clairvoyance move where she can see everything in a 4,000 kilometers radius. That's a ridiculous huge distance. The applications together with other powers are vast too. The user can also weaponize their tears, but this is not the focus of the power. So you can't cheat with your powers and need to know me better to have a measure of me? Like any other person? But so horrible. Hector exclaims exaggeratedly, making fun of her. She gets angry and pouts to the side. Ah, come on, don't be like that, I thought women. Like a mysterious man, he puts his face close to her and whispers in her ears, sending shivers down her spine. Hector smiles like the Cheshire cat seeing her reactions. Don't make those faces, dear, I almost can't hold myself. You look delectable enough to eat, he whispers again, and takes advantage of her position on sitting on his arm to give a squeeze on her thick backside. She yelps and glares at him, but it lacks heat. If this was in his world, would be sexual assault. Here people are a little more desensitized to this whole thing. It's flirting. Obviously, if the guy is weaker than the woman, he must be ready to bear the consequences. What will be my reward when I take down Doflamingo and his goons? He asks flirtingly to create small talk. He needs time to copy her power after all. And he is enjoying the weight of her body on his hand too. She turns to look at him. If you defeat, when? He corrects her with a cheeky smile. She gulps at his confidence. She is feeling some weird things now. When you defeat him and if you not hurt innocents. She adds strongly the last part, making Hector's smile grow a tad more warm, that I will be yours in any way that you want. She finishes strongly. Oh, he whistles with his eyebrows raised. Interesting. He approaches his face even closer. Ooh. I'm starting to like you beyond your thick body, plump lips, and velvet voice, my dear Spanish princess. He laughs, then he moves away a little, but I'm a man of principles and integrity. I will not scam you. He says with a hand over his own heart. Scam? So you are really lying to me? She accuses. Well, I already plan to simply deal with the flamboyant pink guy and leave this country alone. No need to put it on the bargain. So, he eyes her again, unbothered by her accusation. What about a kiss? He gets close again, their lips almost touching. This whole get close and move away is taking a toll on Viola's mental state. She is being teased a lot by him and can barely think straight. And this without taking into consideration the whole chaotic situation the country finds itself now. A kiss? She asks incredulously. I've never been kissed by a princess. He shrugs. It's a man romance. She really can't say if or when he is serious. Hector finally finishes copying her power and puts her down. Now my olive-skinned and thicker than a bowl of oatmeal princess. Hector steals a peck of her lips, making her eyes go wide in surprise. This is the down payment. Pray that I will come back to claim the rest of the reward. He winks at her and disappears. Viola unconsciously puts her hand together above her chest, maybe in a praying motion, maybe for longing. She sighs after watching the place where disappeared for a long time. Her hands can feel her heart beating fast. Am I that easy? The Colosseum. Another Hector is there, just finished healing all the retired gladiators of their crippling injuries. Go fight for your freedom. What we do in life echoes for eternity. Hector hypes them with the quote from the movie Gladiator. The people raise their weapons to the ceiling and shout together. In the next second, they are emerging on the streets of Dressrosa and fighting. Hector then turns to the last person that stayed, now little princess. Hector says to Rebecca, and then his eyes go to her chest. Yep, Oda has preference. Only 13-year-old. What is the nutritional value of the food here? And bikini armor? Really? Let's go find your father. You have a lot to catch up. He says softly. Rebecca sniffs and can't contain the tears from escaping her eyes. She fought for a long time alone, putting up a strong front. Now she finally recovered the memories of her father. And she knows that she was never alone. The Hobi no Mi is truly a cruel power. Hector thinks Rebecca, then surprises him by jumping on his arms and burying his face in his chest and bawling her eyes out. He puts his arms in the air reflectively, not touching her. I'm a minor too, officer. Now, the main, Hector walks calmly through the streets of Dressrosa. He ignores the people running around, but occasionally helping with his telekinesis. Well, let's wait for Law to lose before stepping up. He thinks while giving a glance to where the battle is happening. He also gives glances to where other important fights are happening. Pika, the man who has the stone fruit fused with a mountain, but is being thrashed by Gigantomachia in his giant form. Hector is holding himself back to not laughing at the high-pitched groans that he is making. He can see Cassandra and Rover fighting half a dozen of high-level officers of Dom-Flamingo too. Against the guy who can increase his weight in tons, an old martial artist, the guy who can make explosions, and others. She will win easily. These guys barely know hockey. Seiko is fighting two of the elite officers, Diamante and Treble. One can turn everything in flags and the other can make a sticky mucus substance. It's a good matchup because Diamante uses a unconventional swordsmanship and Treble has some advantages against Seiko's style. But all of the tricks are useless against overwhelming power. Hector thinks while he continues to walk calmly. He is still in his samurai clothes, but there's a different thing about him. He is carrying a weapon. This is rare, he doesn't need to do it. But he is carrying a huge weapon in his left hand. It's a halberd. No, a glaive. Chinese style. A guandao. It's more than 10 feet tall, 3 meters, and is mostly silver with the exception of some details in gold. The main characteristic is the draconic style of the weapon, where the blade connects with the pole. There's a dragon head. And the curved and thick blade is being projected from its mouth. A little similar to the blades of Chaos of Kratos. The pole is covered in silver scales to help with the grip and a gold line passes through the body in a circular motion. Hector leisurely carries the weapon, the tip being dragged on the ground, leaving a thin line because of how sharp it is. Oh, finally here? Hector comments looking forward. Suddenly a woman ambushes him. She is in a maid uniform and her arm is transformed into a rifle. She points it at him and screams, "Die!" She shoots several times but not even one bullet connects. Is unknown if he became intangible diverted the build with telekinesis, or is simply too fast and avoided and no one saw how he did it. The bullet hit the ground below him, and seeing the futility of this type of attack, Baby 5 arm transforms into a sword and she advances. Baby 5. I need you to stop. Hector raises her hand at her. She halts, her feet sliding through the street while she forces herself to stop, finally stopping when she is just some feet away from Hector. Do you need me? She flushes and puts her hand on her cheeks while avoiding eye contact in embarrassment. The corner of Hector's mouth rises seeing that. Yes. Since the first time I laid my eyes on you, I know that I need you in my life. Hector says in a smooth tone while approaching her. She flushes even more hearing that. He snakes her hand around her waist and brings her closer. You're exactly what I need. He whispers in a husky tone. He can practically see the heart in her eyes, the smoke of her cigarette forming hearts too. She is almost fainting. Be mine, he says strongly. Demands even. Yes, she doesn't hesitate. Hector gives her a warm smile before kissing her lips. She melts on his arms at his ministrations. She literally melts because she is knocked unconscious in less than 10 seconds. Hector eyes the sleeping form of Baby 5 in his arms and he shakes his head. Some gas is leaving his lips while making a sizzling sound. He just used the gas fruit to create sleeping gas and forced her to inhale it through the kiss. The gas fruit is like the gas version of Momo's creation quirk. If you have the knowledge, you can create any type of gas. Hector then passes Baby 5 through a portal, putting her to sleep in a cloud far in the sky that he made previously. Well, she is useful. I just need to solve her extreme emotional dependency on others. He says, I can fix her. Baby 5 can't say no to anyone thanks to childhood trauma. Her loyalty is very dubious because of that. When I turn her into a card. No, I should deal with it first. Hector talks out loud before resuming his walking at his objective. So you're the only one guarding it. Hector finally arrives at his destination, stops, and says to the people blocking his path. There's a little group of people there, some guards, some women, but the most prominent person makes Hector smile only by seeing his face. Senor Pink stays still with his arms crossed while blocking the path. The man in a baby attire and diapers, wet his pacifier in a cup of alcohol before putting again in his mouth, nursing his drink in a cool way. That was the last step that you take, he declares while some women fawn over him. Hector laughs to the sky. Ha! You're fun. Senor Pink throws down his drink and throws the cup over his shoulder before throwing himself on the ground. His devil fruit power allows him to swim in anything. Hector calmly waits for him to approach, the glaive on his ready to destroy his opponent. But, to the surprise of everyone, including Cortana, Senor Pink's sucker punch really connects with Hector's face. Cortana? Hector didn't put any defense. Even if the attack didn't hurt, he was sent sliding for some steps. He slowly turns his face back to Senor Pink and says, that one was free. He disappears, reappearing immediately in front of Senor Pink and punching the man in the gut. The attack raises the man some feet in the air before he goes back to the ground in pain. The next attack will be the last. Make it count. Hector declares and crosses his arms after stabbing his glaive on the ground. Master? Cortana asks confused. It would not be manly to dodge his attacks. Hector answers the unspoken question. Senor Pink looks at him for some time in silence. The people watching the fight are in awe. Ugh. For some reason, I can feel my heart beating fast. A woman declares, why there are tears in my eyes? A dude asks in confusion, that's too hard-boiled. Senor Pink straightens himself up before diving on the ground. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to let me go all out one last time. He grabs Hector by the waist and continues to swim with him, pushing him to a building where the two go up like he is swimming against a waterfall. Hector let it happen. He kept his arms crossed while Senor Pink dragged him through the highest tower wall. Finally, the two leave the tower by the roof, Senor Pink holding Hector by his back. He pulls him down together with the gravity, Nyanyan suplex, baby buster. Senor Pink exclaims before slamming Hector on the hard ground, Hector's neck hitting the hard ground first. Senor Pink slides away from the collision, taking advantage of the momentum and looking at the result of his attack. Hector is nailed to the ground, his legs in the air. Silence falls over the street before. Boom. Hector propels himself from the ground, straight like an arrow, using a burst attack from somewhere. And no one ever promised to sit on my face. He chuckles while letting the dust and small rocks fall off his hair. He is completely unscathed. No. Some women exclaim in shock, seeing that Hector looks at Senor Pink and calmly walks over the man. Senor Pink on his part does nothing, only crossing his arm over his chest and waiting too. That's the end, Hector says before raising his fist in the air. Senor! The people on the street shout, please, dodge. But he remains unmoved. You have a lot to atone for, Senor Pink. Hector says, first comes rock. Hector concentrates a lot of power on his fist, even the wind is blown away by his aura. He is serious. Senor Pink. Some people murmur sadly, accepting his fate slowly. Hector doesn't hesitate anymore and punches him on the torso. It's possible to see that it's the end. Senor Pink is sent flying to the end of the street, his body hitting a house and disappearing on it. Hector turns and takes his glaive off the ground before starting to walk away. If you survive that, go open an orphanage or something, so that you can have something to be proud of when you meet your family on the other side. He says without looking back. Seiko gives the last attack at her foes, effectively ending the fight. She lands on the ground, while watching her enemies lie in a pool of their own blood. Too bad she can't kill them before Hector copies their powers. Seiko. She hears Hector on her side, a strange intonation in his voice. She turns to see him giving her a predatory gaze. What? She can't ask more before he grabs her hand and takes her somewhere. I just had a manly moment. The testo is high, he says while looking at her directly in the eyes. What? She is confused. They teleport to somewhere private and he gives her a look. Oh. She finally realizes and starts blushing, not protesting after all. She is also in the mood. Just a quickie. Hector whispers in her ear. That maybe I'm an idiot. Having to multitask this way, it's not that relaxing. The main, Hector comments while walking out of the plantation of Smile. His pants are a little tight because of what he is doing too. Behind him, all the trees are burning. What? A small tontata on his shoulder asks him. There's a bunch more climbing him and many others going around to help the rest. Having these innocent creatures close while at the same time he is bending Seiko over is strange too. He needs to get used to it. Nothing. Leo is saving the princess. Go help him, he says and watches the small people run away at incredible speed. The Tontatas are the race of dwarves of the One Piece world. They are incredibly gullible, so everything Hector needs to do to convince them is to talk to them. Doflamingo has captured their princess because of her healing powers. Now he is helping them save her and the ones that are used to harvest the Smile's fruits because of their great dexterity. In exchange, they will create some chaos and help the ones that need it from the shadows, avoiding more casualties. Hector also will copy their devil fruit powers later. Oh, law lost, Hector says while looking at the result of the fight. Finally is time for him to end this. Fufu. Now you see, Law? You can escape from my grasp. It's like that in the past and is the same now. Doflamingo laughs. Law is now being crucified by his strings between some buildings, all bloody, and appears to not be far from death. Doflamingo doesn't even look hurt. Maybe he received some attacks, but they are inconsequential. I will put you in your place and you will be a good compensation for all the problems that you and that trash caused. Doflamingo smirks, ready to take one limb or two. But a massive wave of Conqueror's haki assaults him, making him stop. He turns around fast, but the world is silent. He then turns back to Law in surprise and finds nothing there. Did you take a good chunk of him? He hears a voice and looks up. Hector is carrying. Using high glaive as support, more or less. Law says slowly, yeah, he is strong, right? Top 50, unfortunately, you're only in the top 100 now. Hector says light a golden light envelopes Law and suddenly he is cured. Wanna try again? Hector asks while Law stands up in the air platform. No. Law answers slowly, are you gonna kill him? Absolutely. One of the last hit. No need. Law says before exchanging places Law already made the guy suffer some pain in the battle. Doflamingo is really strong, beyond what he imagined. Now he understands what Hector said about the new world being beyond his imagination. So, the devil, huh? Fufu, Doflamingo laughs to hide his nervosism while looking up at Hector, the heavenly demon. What a cool name. Hector smiles down at the guy. A crashing sound attracts their attention, and they look at the source. There, they saw Makia finishing tearing up the mountain giant that was Pika, ending his battle. You lost, heavenly demon. Hector smirks at them. This sudden attack even prevented you from going begging to the world government for help. You know, using your Tenryubito status and all that. So you know about that. Doflaming frowns more seriously now, stopping smiling. I know everything that is need to know. Wanna know what is the One Piece? He lies easily to mess with him. Hector lets the man think. The more he thinks, the more he overthinks, the more he weaves himself into a trap. While this he plays with his silver glaive, spinning it on his hand and doing tricks with it. You know, I have Kaido at my side. Doflamingo starts saying, I know, I'm gonna end him tonight. Already dealt with Caesar by the way. Next try. Hector dismissively says without even looking at him, exclamation point. Veins start popping off the warlord forehead. So be it. If I take you down, will be my victory anyway. Doflamingo exclaims before waving his hands like claws, creating strings to the battle. The chances are not good, but he is not gonna down without a fight. That was I'm talking about. Hector smirks, let me present you my new weapon, heavenly demon. Hector makes a stance with his glaive, heavenly demon. And you people even call you young master. Hee hee, let's enter in character then. Hector laughs. Doflamingo does a claw attack, the sharp strings trying to cut Hector in ribbons, but Hector counterattacks with a slash of his glaive. The warlord was surprised at how easily Hector cut his armament-covered strings. Doflamingo watches Hector prepares a thrust motion with a frown, but dodges to the side nonetheless. The decision proves to be the correct one because the glaive extends itself for many meters, almost stabbing him. It's not over yet, heavenly demon. Hector laughs. He appears to be having fun, and twists his wrist. With his motion, the glaive changes, becomes soft and strikes Doflamingo's side like a whip. The warlord spits blood while he is thrown away in a street. What is that weapon? He tries to think. But he doesn't have time because Hector is already swinging down the elongated whip-like glaive at him. The glaive changes again, this time widening in size greatly, becoming meters thick. The glaive hits the street, the pole covering all of it, fitting perfectly between the houses. Doflamingo didn't have time or space to dodge. Except down. He thought fast and buried himself deep on the ground to avoid the attack, even creating a string cocoon but still received damage by the shockwaves. Hector retracts the glaive, letting it spin around him like a whip in the air. Get out of your turtle shell, heavenly demon. Hector shouts with a big smile on his face. He finds the whole situation funny. It's not about if he will defeat the enemy. It's how he will defeat the enemy. And he already decided how he will end Doflamingo. It's a rare chance. He finds it very funny and fitting the whole wuxia/xianxia act. Hector waits leisurely for Doflamingo's next move. He can predict what will be. And the warlord didn't disappoint. Hector watches with interest how the building and everything around Doflaming shifts, changing to strings. An awakening. Interesting. He says, but still calm, off-white. Doflaming shouts and swipes the white threads at Hector. The threads surround him like waves ready to crush him. But before they make contact, Hector smirks, and the eyes of the dragon head on his glaive shine in a golden light. The wave of threads finally hit him. Or not. Everyone on Dressrosa can watch how the attack was pushed back by something, a huge body covering Hector protectively. A huge silver dragon to be exact. Hector smirks behind his dragon while looking at the shocked face of Doflamingo. Doflamingo's mind instinctively went to Kaido, but it was a different color. The common sense that only one of the same devil fruit can exist at the same time short-circuited his brain for a moment. But the image is a little unbelievable too. There he is. the devil floating in the air, holding a huge dragon by the tip of his tail. The part of the tail is still small compared to the rest of the body and doesn't need a genius to deduce that the dragon is the glaive. The dragon is almost completely silver, with the exception of his hair, whiskers, and eyes that are gold. Gold fire also envelopes it in ring-like clouds. Hector releases his tail, allowing the dragon to complete his transformation, before hopping on his head. This is what I'm talking about. Hector smiles satisfied with himself. The silver dragon is obviously a glaive that has eaten the artificial dragon fruit from Vegapunk. It's possible to make an inanimate object eat a devil fruit, a zoan more specifically because of the will inside the fruit, the animal instinct that will create the life. Hector read about it in Caesar's lab and from his memory. The man copied what Vegapunk discovered in creating the poison slime axolotl. The process is a little costly and time-consuming, the reason why there are so few instances of objects that have eaten fruits in the world. But Hector can cheat with his power manipulation and dauntless power. So yes, he created a weapon with essentially the strongest zoan in the world that he knows. And another thing, the silver luster on the dragon's body is not only because Hector edited it with his perk of visual customization. The glaive is made of adamantium. A dragon with scales of adamantium, virtually indestructible to anyone here. A glaive that can change its body, enlarging itself, shots fire breaths, control the wind and much more. It's really the strongest weapon in this world. Hector declares to Doflamingo. The weapon alone can probably create havoc on the world, only being subjugated under special circumstances. And this is mostly because it's still a young life. Hector can still pump it up with more powers with Dauntless. Hector standing on top of the dragon's head, while his body hovers above Dressrosa, the clouds darkening and creating a huge pressure on Doflamingo. Hector smiles seeing Doflamingo deparing face. Don't worry, I will stop using Longi now. I tested him enough. Hector jumps off his dragon's head. He still has some things to try. He can't have Doflamingo breaking now. Come on, heavenly demon. I will give you another move, if not I will forgive you transgressions. Hector says sagely, I just need you to rip off your own arm, slap yourself 300 times, beat your head on the ground 3,000 times, beg for forgiveness, and crawl between my legs. Then after I abolish your cultivation you can let your treasures here and you can go. Yes, I'm very merciful. Himself stroking an invisible beard, Doflamingo almost vomited blood at his provocations. His fingers crack while he prepares his next attack. The buildings once again shift, the strings being prepared and aimed at Hector. He let it happen without worries. He takes his time to take off his arms from his sleeves and bare his chest, letting the upper part of his clothes fall under his waist. God thread! Doflaming exclaims before shooting his strongest attack. 16 special threads covering in armament hockey are shot straight at Hector. Hector closes his eyes and puts his hand in front of him in a praying gesture. In the moment of contact, a golden light envelopes him again, blinding everyone who is watching the fight. The golden light dims to reveal Hector again, but he is different now. He is 3 meters tall and all golden. He used the Buddha's fruit to transform himself, but there are differences. First, he is not fat. He kept his muscular body and there are some golden details on it too. His hair is not like an afro, but it is a huge bun on the top of his head, similar to the one from Buddha from Record of Ragnarok, but instead of the hair being smooth, it's on a small conglomerate of braids. All of these changes are possible thanks to his perk that allows him to customize his powers. Your strings can't pierce through my tyrannical golden Vajra body. Hector says with his eyes closed, and with one hand in front of his lips on a prayer. Cortana, underscoot. Even Cortana rolls his eyes at him and his antics. Amithaba, Hector says before releasing a palm strike at Doflamingo. A golden shockwave in the shape of a hand flies to Doflamingo and strikes him down. A huge palm imprint is left on the ground. We are gaining the Netero card with this one. Hector joins his hand again. His golden hands make a ting-ting sound. Hector suddenly disappears in a flash of golden light. Every move of him is accompanied by the joining of his palms in antecedents. He reappeared beside the fallen Doflamingo, The man was struggling on his knees and looked up at his hated enemy. Hector, in his 3-meter-tall form, is finally at the same height as Doflamingo. But his more well-proportioned golden body makes him look like a god close to the fallen and bruised Doflamingo. Hector still hasn't opened his eyes, keeping himself in character, when he joins his hands again making the ting-ting sound, Amithaba. Buddha is merciful. It appears that you're in a bad shape, benefactor. Hector says invisible worry Doflamingo is so angry that he could swallow Hector whole. Buddha is merciful. It appears that your time in this mortal plane is coming to an end, benefactor. Hector joins his hands again to pray ting-ting, but his brows furrows slightly, but appears to be a problem, benefactor. I can read your karma and I can tell that in your next life, you will have a horrible life because of your bad deeds on this one. Amithaba. Hector sighs and joins his hands again. Ting-ting, the sound is making Doflamingo go crazy. The warlord prepares an attack, but he can't even start before. Boom! Hector's foot descends on his calf, breaking it and making him howl in pain. But don't worry, benefactor. This poor monk has the solution. Hector beams, completely ignoring the fact he just broke the man's leg. Ting-ting, life is a circle. Reincarnation is a wheel. On the samsara, your deeds, good or bad. And your suffering and blessings determine how will be your next life. Hector explains amicably, but for a moment a smirk slip. Before he schools himself, Hector grabs Doflamingo by the hair and punches his face with his other hand. His fist breaks a lot of teeth and carves his skull a little. I just need to create some tribulations for you to overcome now, benefactor. Before you reincarnate. Hector slams Doflamingo's face on the floor, then we will cultivate positive karma to you. He slams his face again. Hector straightens himself and turns Doflamingo's body with his feet, making the man face the sky while lying on the ground. The warlord is breathing heavily. He curses his great durability that keeps him awake. You have a lot of negative karma. But we will pass through this together, benefactor. I can cure you till you turn a new leaf. Hector smiles before breaking another leg of Doflamingo by stepping on it too. Doflamingo cries in pain and curses Hector under his breath. What is it, benefactor? Hector puts his hand close to his ear to make a show of trying to hear him. Are you worried about me? Worried that I will cultivate bad karma by helping you? How touching, benefactor. Hector puts his hands together again. Ting, Amithaba. It's this poor monk's job to help the stranded sheep. Hector opens his eyes slightly to look down on Doflamingo. His golden eyes open in slits and shining maliciously while he gives the man an evil smirk. If I don't enter hell, who will? Ting-ting. And, ahoy. I had fun doing the whole cultivation battle with Doflamingo. Now the beginning of the end. Raise the curtains to the last important act of our boy in One Piece. But there's still a little surprise. Smirk till next time. World of Pirates, Part 08N, biggest chapter, need to be cut in half but I want to conclude it. So, enjoy. Dressrosa, let's end with a bang. Hector smiles widely after finishing his business. Everyone from the Don Quixote pirates was defeated and he already copied everyone's powers. Still in his muscular Buddha form, he goes to join his hands again, but different from his precious actions of simply clapping, it's more like he is squeezing the air. Shock. He is preparing a modified version of it, at least. His actions become more obvious when he is almost finishing his praying movement and between his hands a golden sphere is being tightly compressed. Finally, his hands are in a shell, is not even possible to see the small golden sphere inside anymore. He moves his joined hands from a vertical position to a horizontal one and opens it like the mouth of a beast. The golden sphere slowly floats to the air like a firefly. Now. He opens his arms again, gesticulating to the whole of Dressrosa. All of his enemies are enveloped by his telekinetic powers and are slowly sent to the air. They converge in the sphere like it has some sort of gravitational pull. Walmart Chibaku Tensei. I need to search for Fujitora. But the guy doesn't make big moves. He thinks about other things while finishing his move. Finally, everything is in place. All the bad people are together in a ball while the golden sphere is at the center of all. Let's call it Buddha's shock. he says before clapping his hands one last time. Like a trigger in a detonator, the small golden sphere explodes. Boom! In an instant the golden sphere expands and sucked everyone close, using the people and the air as nourishment to fuel the golden brilliant explosion. As a side note, Hector didn't compress only air in the small ball. He compressed other energy-based powers like Nijire's quirk and even fire. So will not only be an explosion of shockwaves. The people around are literally disintegrated by the Buddha's shock, consumed by it. Everyone in Dressrosa can see the flashy attack and how it ended their time in darkness. Hector admires his own work. And obviously it needed to be lotus-shaped. He nods while watching the golden lotus of destruction revolving around itself in the air. Impressive how solidarity comes naturally in those times. Hector comments from a rooftop while looking down on the Spanish-like country. Back to normal, I ask myself if is in the human nature. He watches how the citizens help each other, carrying the wounded, moving the debris away from the road, etc., etc. Maybe human nature is not that bad, master. Cortana says in his mind he doesn't answer at first, watching how people act, studying it, maybe. His cynical side adds that they are only like that because the danger is already over. In a life-death situation, people return to being beasts and would tear each other apart to increase their chances of survival. Are you not gonna appear to them? Siko asks. All of Hector's group already reunited on this rooftop. Nah, Hector says while watching the people from his higher position, seeing if he can have some more understanding of the human heart that he can apply to his world, now is with them. Not even see your thick princess? He can feel Cortana raising her virtual eyebrow. He chuckles, please. I was not that serious, but maybe I will visit her in some days or whatever. He says with a roll of his eyes, she has better things to do than humor me now. At the same time that he is cold, he is considerate. Hector looks at the people now seeking guidance from King Riku. They plead for forgiveness and for the man to lead them again. In the past, Doflamingo manipulated the country to hate the man, then erased the pertinent memories to consolidate himself as their hero and savior. After some back and forth, King Riku eventually accepts his position back with some reluctance. Reluctance is a good trace on a leader. The ones that less want the position most of the time are the most apt to the job. Hector comments while watching everything, remembering a bunch of examples in the Omniverse. Well, I know that I probably messed things up with Luffy and all, but the country is standing. In canon, all the buildings are destroyed and there's a lot more suffering. He thinks to himself, feeling better in messing with the plot. After all, people's lives take precedence over the character development of someone. Unless this character development is necessary to win in the end. He sighs, if I continue thinking about it, there will be no end. I did what I did, let's see to the end now. Hector stretches his arm at Dressrosa. Look at this. We're witnessing a prime example of how society works. He gestures to the people around King Riku. We are born free. No restraints beyond our own flesh. We have infinite potential and infinite paths. Then we start to grow. And maybe you notice that you're not that athletic. And all those sports and martial paths are closed to you. You notice that you don't have a good voice. And suddenly you can't be a singer, actor, or whatever. Hector keeps his eyes on the people below. But it's okay, these limitations come from the natural competition. He nods to himself, but what about the invisible chains of society? Why can't you do that? Or that? Why do we obey laws? Why can I speed in that zone? Or jump over that fence? Or beat too close to death that guy that disrespected me? The answer is simple. We exchanged our freedom for security. All these law restraints and moral ones are what allow us to sleep well at night. Peace of mind. Hector points again to the people below. The ones that are now helping King Riku to be king again. See? Why didn't that guy in an orange shirt become king? Why put someone above you? He gave up on control for security, for stability. Hector rests his chin on his hand again. At least they choose personally. Imagine being born and not having even this choice. He makes a strange expression. In his mind, he is thinking about his own world again. Now a question. What can break your chains? What can make you free? He asks without even looking at Siko and the others. Strength. Siko answers immediately, exactly. Power. If you're strong enough you can do whatever you want. A pity that this doesn't apply to everyone. We have powers, others not. There's strength in numbers. How can we fight against that system if everyone around us is a favor of it? In the worst cases, you will be ostracized and be called crazy. Only strength can change things. He sighs, but is not enough. He completes. He knows that people resist when they have their freedom taken. A strange contradiction because they surrender their freedom easily, almost making him want to laugh. If he is forceful and takes over the world, for example, like a cliché villain, there will be a never-ending stream of troubles and revolutions of people wanting their old lives back. They need to surrender for me voluntarily. He concludes, making plans. Two things are needed to orchestrate this: an external threat and internal incompetence. Many possible scenarios appear in his head, listing the options for these two roles. The United Nations are dumb. The Sentinel program? Risky. The Skrulls maybe. Numbers are useless against me. He thinks ahead. There's a reason he exposed the Skrulls' threat to the world and didn't take direct and efficient action against them. He is playing the long game, maybe Hydra. I can throw S.H.I.E.L.D. under the bus too. A crisis is good too. I can kill many problematic people, the ones that will likely oppose me during the chaos. The secret in Vasai. His schemes about manipulating a whole civilization are interrupted by Cassandra suddenly pointing in a certain direction. Forgot. Siko focuses her senses on where she is pointing and understands what she is talking about. Did you spare an enemy? She turns to Hector. Hector kept his silence for some time before finally saying, I like him. It's his explanation for sparing Senor Pink. He didn't spare Percy. He just didn't attack with all his might. The guy had a 50-50 chance of surviving. And he survived. Maybe destiny has something reserved for him. Now the man is walking in the opposite direction, going away from this country silently. That's what power allows you to do. It gives you options. I can spare him because I'm strong enough to deal with any bad repercussions that this move can produce. I'm strong enough to be merciful. Hector stands up and stretches his back a little. Am I a hypocrite for sparing only the one that I like? While I mercilessly killed the others. Cassandra shrugs. You can do what you want. Gigantomachia doesn't care. I trust your judgment. Siko says a small nod. I think you have enough leverage to be a little selfish, master. Cortana says in his mind, thank you for the input. Hector says while looking forward, I will save your words in my heart. Wano, some hours before the fire festival in the flower capital. Faster, you idiots. We should have already been there. Orochi shouts from his palanquin. If you didn't order all the streets to be emptied and all the city scrutinied, we would already be there. Every one of his subordinates thinks the same. From the people carrying his palanquin to the ninjas guarding him in the shadows. Orochi is a coward and has been holed up in his castle since papers with the symbol of the Kazuki clan rained down on all Wano. If it was not extremely necessary, he wouldn't even leave for Onigashima tonight. Don't worry, Kamurasaki. I will protect you. He smiles to assure the woman at his side. His two-faced display is pathetic and is not fooling anyone, but Hiyori smiles and thanks him all the same. Orochi-sama, there's someone blocking the road ahead. One of his followers exclaim. Orochi practically jumps from his sitting position and puts his head off the window. What is this? Who is this? He stretches his neck to see. Far away on the road, on the seamless empty street, a man stands alone. He is wearing samurai clothes in black and white, his chest open to the air, and is holding two katanas relaxedly at his side. Even if he is not in a fighting stance, it's obvious his intentions. Run over that bastard. Who dares to stand in my way? No, capture him. Strip him naked and hang him where everyone can see. Go on, do it. Orochi shouts maniacally. His group continues to move at high speed while Hector leisurely walks at them, the tips of his two swords trailing on the ground. He stops and waits. The people in the houses nearby are peeking through their windows to watch what this commotion is about. What are you all waiting for? Orochi screams, spit flying from his mouth. Get him Fukuro Kujo. Kayashiro. Denjiro, who is disguised as Kayashiro, frowns from his position on the roof of a palanquin. Isn't this too direct? He stands up while eyeing Hector. He is not sure what to do. Maybe make a show of a fight and kill Orochi while he does not expect it? But his ninjas are on guard too. He doesn't know Hector enough to gauge his plans. Maybe he will screw them over. Hector on his part looks completely relaxed even though Orochi's bigger group is approaching at high speed. Stay still, Denjiro. He says in a low voice, but it travels to everyone's ears. Kayashiro's eyes widen a little and he pauses. Denjiro? What Denjiro? From the red scabbards? Orochi shouts, asking everyone and no one at the same time. Everyone watches curiously while Hector slowly raises his two swords and prepares a stance. A very familiar stance. Odin Nitoryu. He says flatly. Hi. Orochi almost pissed his pants seeing the stance. Not only the stance. The presence, the air around Hector. Everything sent the people that are familiar with it in a storm of flashbacks. The first paragraph of this historic change will be written with your blood, Orochi. Hector says with a predatory grin flexing his muscles. A little Hector looks at his target before blurring. The ground cracks and he already attacked, surpassing any obstacle on the way and cutting Orochi's palanquin. The people can only see the aftermath. Their eyes couldn't follow Hector's movements, even the sound only arrived in their ears after the attack. The palanquin was cut in half, its roof flying in the air. Orochi was thrown out of it by the shockwave and at some point he has his arms cut too. Kayashiro, Denjiro, hurried up to catch Kumurasaki, Hiyori, who was conveniently sent flying on his way. Togen Shirataki. Hector finishes saying his back to Orochi's group. His words are carried by the wind generated by the attack through all flower capital. Hector slowly assumes a relaxed stance after his attack and turns to look at Orochi like he is trash. The man is rolling on the ground pathetically with his two bleeding stumps. Ready to die? Hector approaches and looks down on him even though Orochi is taller. Orochi is not dead yet just because a clean death is too good for him. You! Orochi looks at Hector with hatred in his eyes. What are you doing? He shouts. Suddenly a bunch of figures appears around Hector, and his guard's ninja prepares to take him down. Then more guards and retainers appear. Hector side glances them without a worry in the world. He lets the confidence in numbers grow inside the hearts of his enemies. He lets the people hiding in their homes think that he is finished. He let them think that he is at a disadvantage. Swishbucked before his right arm blurs and everyone around him turns into a mist of blood and gore. Hector turns to stare calmly at Orochi again. The shogun of Wano, as well as everyone else, is mouth agape at the display. The display of strength is so ridiculous that their brain is taking its sweet time to process it. Now it's your turn. Hector says and points his katana to Orochi. Orochi on his part reunites whatever little courage he has and grits his teeth. He finally reveals his mythical Zoan, turning himself into the eight-headed snake, Yamada no Orochi. Now you've done it, boy. He hisses angrily at him, his 8 heads moving around wildly. Hector is obviously not intimidated. Ugh. His calm demeanor only works to make Orochi more nervous. His false bravado slips a little. What waste of a good fruit. Hector comments lightly, what are the special powers of this one? He asks interestedly. All mythical Zoans are like packages, filled with other powers that could have been a paramecia or logia. The fact that he is not intimidated and is talking casually with Orochi serves to piss off the guy. Here he is, challenging the almighty shogun of Wano on his face, and the man himself has done nothing yet. Didn't attack, didn't retaliate. Nothing. The man is a pathetic loser who can only scheme, cheat, and betray his way to the top. This reinforces Hector's way of thinking. That there's a proper way of doing things. His talk with Blackbeard showed that. And is even more apparent now. These people who can only achieve their objectives/dreams through these underhanded tactics don't amount much. They don't have a solid foundation. If they meet someone that rose to the top in a proper way, they will lose. They don't have the real power. Orochi, even after years of scheming against Odin's family, would have lost in the end if Kaido hadn't gotten himself involved. Even after years of dominating Wano, humiliating Odin, and making people lose their faith in him, he would still have lost. And is still unknown if Kaido wouldn't have lost to Odin if that woman hadn't used underhanded tactics either. At some point your luck runs out, Orochi. Hector says to the man, you don't deserve to be where you are. Without the skills to back you up, just die already. He spats in disgust. Orochi looks enraged, and all heads grit their teeth. What do you know? One head starts saying but is interrupted when Hector's arms blur again and the head in question is cut clean. The head that starts saying was cut too. Now Orochi shuts up. It doesn't need a genius to figure out what Hector is doing. The power move on his actions. Orky stares at Hector's eyes. Calm blue eyes that appear to see everything about him. His whole demeanor is not different, as if someone is doing the most menial of the tasks. Orochi continues to grit his teeth in anger, thinking about his next move. It appears that Hector will not move if Orochi stays still, treating him like an unruly child. The shogun felt humiliated, but it was a good opportunity to think. The two continue in a stare down. Hector's gaze makes the shogun uncomfortable. Everyone is his own person, and it's common sense that doesn't matter what, no one can know everything about you. But Hector's gaze fixed on Orochi appears to break the rule. Orochi feels naked to his gaze, like all of his secrets, sins, desires, past, sufferings. All of it is bare to Hector to see. It's understandably uncomfortable, like being looked down on and judged by a god. A fish on a chopping board. Orochi can't take it anymore. Kayashiro. Someone. Kill him. He finally shouts, half crazy. His shrills are cut off by swift sounds, and consequently sound of all his heads, but one, falling on the floor. Once again, no one saw when he moved and what happened clearly. Then stone stakes are produced from Hector's chest, and he impales Orochi on the ground with it. In the legs, torso, shoulders. The man is forced to go back to his human form and can barely move. You outlived your stay. Hector says again, looking down on the fallen Orochi that now has only one head. Some subordinates really move to try to do something or try to appear to do something, but Kayashiro acts. He stops some of them and decapitates some with a slash of his sword. Kayashiro! What are you thinking you're doing? Orochi shouts from the ground, mustering all his strength just for these shouts. Heck, Kayashiro just died. Denjiro smiles and starts to take the disguise part of his hair. Now Denjiro lives to see another day. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. The samurai says, wait. Some old-school samurais and onlookers exclaim in realization, Denjiro? One of the red scabbards of Odin-sama? He was hiding in plain sight for this whole time? Denjiro. Ugh, it can't be. Orochi practically vomits blood while looking at the scene. Kill him. Kill him, this traitor now. Now the situation is confusing. This retinue of hundreds of samurais is looking at each other with complicated looks. Where the loyalties of the one next to them lay. To Orochi? To Odin? Odin is dead. There's even a future following a dead man? Even if they like Odin and despise Orochi, what is better for them? To their families? And who is this stranger? Is he here to take Orochi's place? Is he worse than Orochi? Better? And what about Kaido? All these thoughts are running through almost everyone's mind. The situation reached a deadlock where everyone waited for another to make the first move. And the one that does that. Hector. A low rumble is heard by everyone when a shockwave is emitted from his body. Suddenly all these samurais, with some exceptions, are hit by this power like a wave has crashed on them. They suddenly feel submerged. It becomes hard to move and impossible to breathe. They slowly drop to their knees, their consciousness barely standing by Hector's mercy. That is Odin-sama power. Denjiro thinks, recognizing the conqueror's haki. The image of Hector in his heart and mind grew slowly. Who of those we should purge? Hector asks Denjiro in a flat tone. Denjiro's surprise lasted only for a second before he moved his sword again. With swift moves he decapitated the leaders of some groups, but sparing the subordinates. Those are Orochi's most clingy dogs and corrupt beasts. Denjiro says while cleaning his katana. I see. Hector nods, and the others. They will. Behave. Another wave of conquerors' hockey crashes against the people kneeling. Hector's gaze looks like can pierce their body and mind and kill them with a thought. I understand. Denjiro thinks and acts fast. They are not as bad as the others, Hector-sama. They can prove themselves if you give them a chance. Denjiro exclaims passionately while bowing his head. Hector gives him a side glance before turning to Orochi again. Fine, but we'll be on your shoulders. He says. Denjiro makes an act of sighing in relief and turns to the rest. He can see the samurai's grateful eyes looking at him. He knows his way in politics. Hiyori is thinking while watching the little show that the two put by thinking fast. Hiyori. Come here! Exclamation point. She is suddenly jolted in surprise by Hector calling her. He is still looking at Orochi, and if not by him curling his finger in her direction, she would think that she is imagining it. With measured steps, Hiyori moves at Hector. Arriving closer, Hector offers her the handle of a katana. All yours if you want. He says, exclamation point. Hiyori is surprised for only 1 second before she practically rips off the sword from Hector's hand and holds it above Orochi. Come Yurasaki. Orochi says slowly, but Hector kicks his face making him shut up. Hiyori's hands are trembling and her face is dark while she stares at nothing. She is not hesitating because of pity or whatever. In her mind, a flashback of memories is appearing at high speed. Her happy moments with her family and the red scabbards, the difficult times with Kawamatsu, all these years of suffering, and the smiles that she needs to put on her family killers. Her eyes are already full of tears while she loses herself in the memories and in the faces of her loved ones, and then she feels a hand encompassing hers. If you want to do it in a painful way, aim for the liver. It's full of nerves. Hector's voice is from her side. He is behind her and moves the sword with her hands to the place above the liver. His voice broke her off from her reverie. If you want to be swift, right here. He puts the tip of the katana on Orochi's temple. In the throat he will survive because of his amazing vitality, but he will drown in his own blood. You will have time to stab him a few times in other places. Hector continues to give her tips. Oh, the throat then. Hector pauses when he feels her will still enveloping her hands on his own. Hector applies pressure to Orochi's throat with the sword. Even if he is a waste of space, his fruit made his body stronger than most. He comments while helping her have her revenge. Komuglurk, Orochi tries to say while he dies, you deserve all of this. All of this. Hiyori spat with tears in her eyes and bit her lips hard enough to draw blood. Hector let go of her hand and let her with her thoughts. It's almost time, but she suddenly turns around and hugs him, burying her face on his shoulder to cry. People here are really emotional. He sighs in his mind but lets her have her time. 18 years of resentment will take a lot of tears to be put out. Onigashima. The night had already fallen, but Onigashima was livelier than ever. The music is blasting loudly, there's a show of lights and the people are indulging in eating, drinking, and other carnal pleasures. Huyoo Onigashima. Queen, the plague, one of Kaido's top commanders screams from the top of his lungs to the rave happening in the center hall of Onigashima. Huyoo. The pirates answer with equal enthusiasm. Queen continues to dance and hype the attendants. The fire festival is a good way to raise the morale of the beast pirates in times of peace. The brawl of sex, death. All to waste some of that pent-up energy while Kaido prepares himself for his big war. The party is very similar to canon, with the exception that there aren't people that ate the smiles, defective or good, and the number of people is a little lower too. 2 years before canon, and instead of 20,000 people, Kaido has somewhere between 17,000 and 18,000. Normally, the success rate of the smiles is 10% during canon. Now almost everything is a miss with the exception of some recent successes that put the research on the right path. Unfortunately, Hector destroyed this path already. Kaido and his people are ignorant of all this. ignorant of Hector killing Caesar, liberating Dressrosa, and dealing with Orochi. The period where he did this was too short, and he started from the borders so that when he dealt with Kaido, his allies didn't flee like flies. That's one of his biggest personal worries. If someone that has a devil fruit he wants, runs away and hides, or be petty enough to kill himself. Another reason Hector is being discreet in copying powers and lying that he has all powers on this world already. Where's Orochi? Kaido burps after taking a generous swig from his drink. He looks around seeing a lot of his high-level subordinates reunited, Black Maria pouring more alcohol on him. He didn't arrive yet. King, the Wildfire, another all-star like Queen answers from the side. The man clad in black leather from head to toe doesn't appear to be a partygoer, only standing still with his arms crossed. Is he that worried? About those leaflets, big brother? Jack, the Drought, the last of the all-stars asks respectfully. He acts arrogant and tyrannical to everyone except Kaido and the other all-stars. Then he is a fool and a coward bigger than I thought possible. King scoffs lightly, isn't time to get rid of him? He asks to no one in particular, patience. He is useful to do the boring tasks. Kaido answers while taking another swig, and Orochi's sense of danger is very good. If not, he would haven't survived till now, that bastard. Wororo. Who knows? Maybe something will really happen tonight. Woro. Kaido laughs boisterously, you're goddamn right. A voice interrupts him, exclamation point. Everyone's senses suddenly goes on high alert after hearing that voice, and they're turned to the center of the room. There, a recognizable young Moan is walking leisurely to the outside. The situation is ridiculous because it appears that he is inside with them all the time and is now heading out. It looks like he appeared out of thin air. Are the devil, right? Kaido stands up with a big smile on his face. He is clearly excited. He knows that tonight will be fun. Wait a minute. Hector raises his finger at him, without even looking back, and continues to walk outside. Strangely, this makes Kaido and the others pause and then start following Hector without starting a fight. A shout to the what? Queen is hyping the crowd when Hector appears at his side and cuts his microphone. He turns to the side to beat whatever destroyed his moment. But his eyes popped off from their sockets when he saw that the devil himself was standing there. Hey, Hector already has a reputation. Even if people try to diminish his accomplishments in Marindard, his victory against Big Mom is enough to consolidate his reputation as one of the strongest in this world and frighten other people. Queen, being the type of guy that doesn't enter into a fight that he isn't sure that he will win, likes to bully the weak and all that. Obviously, he would be scared of Hector. Aren't we gonna stop him? King asks, well, that looks interesting. But what are you doing? Kaido asks Hector, declaring war. Hector answers before turning around again to the crowd and taking the microphone. Ahem, I'm the strongest. He starts. All around Wano suddenly screens start popping up in the sky. What is that? A guy asks while looking at the sky with his friends. I don't fucking know. One answers only a little interested. It's rare ways to distract himself here. Hector continues, you all don't know me, so you just need to know that I'm the strongest. See this guy behind me? Hector signals Kaido with his thumb. Tonight I'm gonna kill him. Kill Kaido? That kid is crazy. An old man comments lightly while exhaling a puff of his smoking pipe. Who is that guy in the sky, Grandpa? A kid asks at his side, a fool. A brave one at least. The old man sighs sadly, so that's what will happen. Tonight is the night that Wano will be liberated from this reign of tyranny, Hector says, and then raises his hand to show something on the screen. By the way, I already did half of the job and killed Orochi. He says while showing off Orochi's decapitated head and throwing it to the side like trash. Down prison, old man Hyo, that guy is really doing that. An ex-prisoner comments in a little disbelief, what we're gonna do, boss? One of Hyagoro's old subordinates asks with a mischievous smile, I don't know you guys, but I'm going. Hyagoro answers with his arms crossed. Concentrating and ready to throw hands, hi. You can't say selfless things like that, boss. Obviously we're gonna follow you. A woman who is also one of his subordinates answers easily, you guys. Hyagoro smiles a little, but how do we get there? Shouldn't we be there already? Another asks in confusion, let's have a little faith in the one that owes us nothing, but is doing everything. Old man Hyagoro says strongly, the truth is that I can deal with everything easily, but... Hector pauses on the screen and stares hard at it. His gaze appears to pierce through all of Wano people's hearts, but are you all gonna be satisfied with that? Letting an outsider win the battle for you? I think you guys have more pride than that. He lets the silence stretch. My connection with this land is superficial. I have a small connection with Odin and his pirate friends. I even called them to come here. Are you guys gonna do nothing? Damn it all. A young man stands up suddenly. I don't care who you are. If you're gonna create a chance to fight, I will grab it. The hot-blooded youth shouts, yeah. Others accompany him on his enthusiasm, better to die as a man than living in disgrace. If you all want a little of hope, know that in 2 years, the power of Toki-san will reach us, and Momonosuke and the rest of the Red Scabbards will reappear in this world. Hector reveals to the shock of everyone, you all will not be wrong in simply waiting for them. He says without care, laying down all the options. It's only 2 more years of being slaves and living in disgrace after all. He mocks. Veins pop in anger all over Wano. Odin humiliated himself for years too. And you all did what again? Hugh? He cups his ear with his hand. Now shame joins their anger. The people of Wano who know the history are trembling. Hector smiles, feeling that, now listen here you bastards. Hector is not acting calm or mocking anymore. Even if Momonosuke came, he will be a fucking brat. Do you want to throw all this burden on that twerp that just lost his family? Even with him, you all will lose. Hector doesn't mince words while pointing at the screen. Hiyori is braver than you all. She is alive too and fighting in her own way for the good of the people of Wano. The rest of the scabbards too. Hiyori, who is watching the screen, cries a little while covering her mouth with a sleeve. Slowly the people closer to Odin can't help but stand up. I am the strongest. Hector repeats himself. So use me to open this bright path, you idiots. But I can't do this alone. I can only open it, not walk down on it. He shouts at them, so rise now. He points his hand to the sky, grab a weapon. He moves his raised hand to the ground and at the same time, weapons start harmlessly raining across Wano. Stop this fire festival. Tomorrow we will celebrate. Because tonight, vortex portals started to appear in key locations of Wano. The same that was on the leaflets that rained down on the other day. Tonight we fight. The screen trembles in shock. Everyone could see the place where Kaido struck down Hector. Worororo. That's a good speech. Even my blood is pumped, but will be enough to raise these dead people walking? Kaido mocks with a smile before his face shows shock. A fountain of blood explodes from Kaido. From his old scar given by Odin long ago. The dust settles and everyone can see that Hector is unharmed, and instead of being nailed on the ground, he is standing above Kaido Kanabo. In his hand, a very recognizable katana. The purple blade of Odin's 2 katanas. The first blood is mine, you bastards. Hector shouts to the screen. He doesn't even turn to look at Kaido. What are you all waiting for? And then hell broke loose. Many things happened at the same time. Kaido is still surprised but has reaction time to react to Hector's income uppercut. Unfortunately, he is against Hector and he is sent flying to the ionosphere with that punch, making a hole in the ceiling. The 3 all-stars aren't sloppy either, they all jumped. Hector after seeing him punch Kaido to oblivion. But a vortex of darkness appears in Hector's shadow and the attacks are all intercepted. Siko blocked King's huge saw sword with her own. Cassandra was a blur when she collided with Queen's huge belly, the 2 being shot to another part of Onigashima like a rocket. Makia's big hand grabs the trunk of Jack's hybrid mammoth form and pulls him down with him, the 2 disappearing on the darkness portal on the ground. All around Onigashima portals appear too, connecting with who knows where. From a portal, a pillar of flames is shot out and in the next instant, a crew member of the Beast Pirates is receiving a kick in his face. I'm back, Onigashima. Ace shouts while putting a fighting stance on the pirates around him, and I'm not gonna away till Wano is liberated. Don't go so ahead, Asua. Marco appears too, giving a similar kick on the chin of a 4-meter-tall beast pirate. What if you fell in the middle of the big fish unprepared? Marco asks, but his posture is relaxed. Hector from his high position on the upper floor shakes his head in amusement. That guy doesn't change. You're not the MC, dumb. Hector then reaches into the air on his side and makes a grab motion. A small portal opens and his hand disappears on it. When he pulls back, he is grabbing Yamato by her collar. What? I was just getting started. She exclaims at him, go deal with your father on the roof for some time, okay? I will send you a helper. Hector says and doesn't wait for her response before he bounces her a little in the air. Then he puts his hand where she would fall, and in that position she sits on his hand, and Hector throws her like a ball through the hole where Kaido disappears. He chuckles hearing her screams and curses. He likes to troll people like that. Long In, go help her hold off Kaido. Hector then throws his adamantium glaive through the hole too. Halfway it transforms itself into a giant silver Chinese dragon. Now, let's go around copying some powers discreetly. Hector stretches his back before he surveys his battlefield. His clones keeping the portals open to those who want to come, and they are live streaming this war too. Siko and King moved pretty far away. Hector eyes the two fighting. Then he activates his X-ray vision to see what is behind King's mask. His eyes widen. Ta! And he bursts out laughing. He even falls to the ground while clutching his stomach. He is black. He suddenly exclaims and is lost in laughs again. Seriously, Oda? Zoro enemy on this arc is black? You can be only doing this shit on purpose at this point. He can't control himself while remembering the meme of Zoro being the minority hunter. He finally controls himself after a long sigh. Let's go to work. Starting with you guys. His eyes move to the room where Kaido and the others are previously. There, Black Maria and her entourage of females are still looking at him. Hector walks back to the room, meeting the group of women with a smile. So, a good time as any to surrender. He says to them the women are obviously nervous by being in the same room as the guy on the level of Kaido, but Black Maria has a little more control. The 8-meter-tall blonde woman clad in a black yukata puts a hand on her cheek and acts aggravated. Heinz, there's really a need for violence? Why don't you enjoy some quality time with us? I like strong men. She smiles at him. Me and my girls can guarantee that will not be a waste of your time. So when you can't defeat, you seduce. A good tactic as any, I suppose. Hector chuckles for a while thinking, my time is very precious. Hector humors her while feeling around the people arriving at the battlefield, and I don't see a circle above your head. He laughs at his own God of War reference, maybe emboldened by Black Maria's calm and Hector's lack of violent response. The rest of the ladies circle Hector. Come play with us, my lord, one asks while pulling his sleeves mischievously. So handsome, I think I'm in love. Another says while passing a finger through his cheek. Hector remained unresponsive at their advance, his gaze still fixed above, on Black Maria's face. The only one that is somewhat dangerous here. Such a cold face, you're gonna break our hearts, my lord. Black Maria sighs sadly. Don't you find us pretty? She asks coyly. She even lays on the ground, her chin touching the floor to put her face closer to his. Her big breasts are pressed on the floor too, her cleavage showing enough of soft skin that Hector could have drowned on it. What are you? A cookiesake, Anna? Hector asks in his mind. Smash, next question. He answers truthfully, what? She blinks confused, just a way to say that you all are my type. He shrugs, but he doesn't have many requisites either. Underscore Hector requisites. Be a woman, Yujiro card, looks female enough. Have at least 65% standard female human form, be alive, optional. Note, in his bucket list he wants to bang a thick Sadako, can consent underscore now his requisites and personality are higher but this is not important now. But business before pleasure. He says to them, why don't you guys obediently surrender and wait for me to win, huh? Fufu, you think you can win against Kaido? Black Maria asks with a chuckle, absolutely. He answers flatly. In truth, he is not giving them a chance because they're women or something like that. Even if except for Black Maria the rest aren't much of combatants. He only predicted that there was no way that he would massacre more than 12,000 people tonight, so he already made a plan to use the survivors. A better plan than letting them loose on the ocean to hurt more people. Fufu, I like your confidence, you're making my heart skip a bit. Black Maria traces her big finger through his whole body, drawing dangerously close to his crotch. But Hector blurs and disappears. Well, it appears that negotiations are over. Let me end this quickly then. Hector reappears some steps back and looks at them with a deadpan face. Receive my super move. He turned his face away for an instant before looking at them again, one eyebrow slightly raised and his mouth pouting slightly too. Marrow, light-skinned stare. Sin City wasn't made for you, Cortana. They become stone instantly. Everyone except Black Maria. The big woman had enough presence of mind to force her Zoan transformation, the ancient animal's instincts flooding on her mind for an instant, allowing her to bite her hand and control herself. Whoa. How the turntables. Hector smiles mockingly, you can't seduce me. You. Black Mari starts in anger, but Hector is not interested anymore. Suddenly he is beside her face, he grabs the tip of her horn and shoots to the ground with the help of gravity. Black Maria hits the ground, forehead first, and passes out. TSK tisk. Hector makes a show of taking a cigar from his inventory and starts smoking. Woman, I'm so Sigma that I was born by cesarean section to not even have contact with pussy. He lights the cigar and takes a puff cough. This shit is awful. Who likes this? Oh well, I can't smoke anyway. That would make my grandma sad. He says the real Sigma thing while throwing the cigar away. Across Wano, let's go boys. One last hyuh. Hyagoro raises his katana to the sky and shouts to the prisoners on Udon, hurrah. They shout together. Old Man Rio is the first to jump on the portal. I'm going. It's all a youth says before grabbing a mace on the ground and heading to the portal. Wait for me. Suzu-san. Another youth follows. And another. Some people rise from their bed and starts walking to the portals. Will be my eternal shame to not be beside them now. Look, that's one of the red scabbards. One points to the screen showing Kamatsu blitzing through some beast pirates. Let's go. We will not waste this chance. Yeah. The herd effect. A psychological and social phenomenon that happens when people start following the majority without much thinking. What is happening is something similar but not quite. Obviously, there's a lot of resentment and grievances buried in the heart of the people of Wano. But even if they want to do something about it, it's hard to start. There's no way to contact other people with the idea of revolution. You never know if the other is on Orochi's side. The slave-like work hours take their energy and time. And there's no leader. No symbol. But now Hector solved everything. These last days he worked hard to heal the people working like slaves, not only preventing them from dying but giving them their stamina back discreetly. The portals gave them the option. The screen streaming gave them the motivation. Hector's speech. Seeing him injure Kaido, his people taking the All-Stars, the revelation that the Kazuki bloodline lives, the red scabbards. There are obviously people who would be down for participating in this war even if Hector didn't do all of it. They move to help without the need for convincing. Their movement instills the others. At some point, even the ones who are most scared, hopeless, or even resentful of the Kazuki clan start moving to make a change. If not now, when? Someone shouts just after arriving on the battlefield, Snatch. The number of people on Hector's side continues to increase. But they didn't reach even 25% of Kaido's side. But it's okay, all of this is to Hector's expectations. He is aiming for quality and not quantity. At the back door of Onigashima, a huge group of people starts to arrive. They're huge in the sense that they're giants. Ancients giants to be exact. The numbers. Failures clones made by Caesar Clown of Or's race. They're tall as giants and with horns and Oni-like features randomized. Is this the party? The noise is different. One comments lazily. This way, numbers. Kill the invaders. One small beast pirates shouts frightened while trying to direct the unruly numbers to the war happening inside. Swish, but suddenly the first number was hit by a flying slash and was sent tumbling backward, shocking everyone. Hats, so that's why he dropped me here. They can hear a calm voice. Isn't this too much work for this old man? Dark King Rayleigh? The beast pirate directing the numbers shouts, scared for his life. Why don't you go grab me some booze? I predict that I will be thirsty after I'm done here. Rayleigh says to the beast pirates while walking to block the numbers' path, sword in hand. Would be a huge loss if someone destroyed it before I can taste some sake from Wano again. The man acts completely relaxed. Suddenly a huge boulder flies over his head and hits some numbers too. Cut off the alcohol, you bastard. Watch out for your age. Rayleigh turns around to see a burly old man walking toward him while rolling his shoulders. Crocus. Ha. Rayleigh's face lights up seeing his old friend again. So he brought you too. Brought? More like kidnapped. Crocus makes an annoyed face, but he can't keep the smile away from his lips. Ha! It's good to see you, old friend. Rayleigh puts his arm over the doctor's shoulder, and don't be like that. That's a good opportunity to solve some regrets. I know. Crocus says while reminiscing, let's put our old bodies to work one last time. For our old friend. The two put a fighting stance. These are the numbers. They're great weapons, fruit of bioengineering. Even as failures, they are absolutely terrifying. But they don't stand a chance. Altai, one of the Tobarapo, high-level commanders only below the All-Stars, jumps high and transforms into her hybrid Pachycephalosaurus form. Using gravity and something similar to Jeppo, she propels herself at Ace to give him a rocket headbutt. Ace reacts fast and jumps over her like a kid jumping over a friend, putting his hands over her head to propel himself. He doesn't have a lot of time to relax because a giant mouth full of teeth is almost enclosing around him. The bite is avoided by him separating his body and reforming himself some feet to the side. Takes the opportunity to deliver a fire fist in Page 1's dinosaur face. Page 1, Altai's brother, in his full Spinosaurus form, shakes his head a little to help with the dizziness and recovers fast. He locks on Ace with his eyes, ready to continue the battle. Boom, but Page 1 head is forced to the ground when an object falls on it. Wow. These ancient Zoans are really hard. Jozu says while pulling away from Page 1, noticing the dinosaur fruit user already standing up slowly. Look who's talking. Ace jokes. The two Whitebeard pirates put their backs against each other and readied themselves to the fight. Can you take the annoying girl? Jozu asks. I wanted to fight the other guy. Ace sighs a little. She looks like a pain in the ass indeed. Jozu deadpants while seeing Altai whining to her brother about some feudal thing. Okay, I deal with the hardhead girl. He relents. All right. Ace smiles before jumping at Page 1. Who stays lazily sitting on his spot while watching the war happening. He doesn't have much of a loyalty for Kaido. Being a subordinate of a Yonko is simply the best option after his career in the world government is cut short. Should I bail? That devil guy is strong. He tries to decide his next life-changing move. But at this moment he feels a dangerous presence behind him, something that is not even trying to hide, it's even growling. What are you? He turns around. Who is the user of the saber-tooth ancient Zoan, a cat fruit? Hector released Rover on him. Gigantomachia and Jack are engaged in a brawl outside the huge skull building that is Onigashima. To avoid collapsing the whole pace, Hector instructed Machia to take Jack there and keep him there. Jack, in his hybrid mammoth form, enlarges his trunk and shoots a blast of air to Machia. The blast that is strong enough to rip off some decorations from the ground fails to move Machia even a millimeter. The ton fruit. The devil fruit that allows the user to increase his weight in tons at his will. The previous user was from the Don Quixote pirates. Now Hector gave Machia a copy. Machia has a lot of potential. Hector says that he only needs to substitute his subpar powers, his words, for something more fitting. No need to waste slots with weak powers. Annoying. Dirt in my eye. Machia says flatly before reaching to grab Jack's trunk. But Jack is prepared this time and avoids it, though with his moon-shaped blades he goes to slash Machia's neck. The momentum is good and it appears that Machia can't dodge. Clanked up, but the blades bounce off from the Machia, even chipping a little. Jack's eyes widen, seeing half of Machia's upper body turning into diamond. Hector really is not holding back in turning Machia on the greatest tank. Now during the rebound, Jack has no way to avoid when Machia grabs him by his tusks and raises him in the air. Exclamation point. Jack was once again surprised to see someone lift him so easily. He had no leverage to do anything, his feet flailing around in the empty air. Boom! Machia performs an improvised suplex to nail Jack on the ground, disorienting the mammoth man. But Jack is resisting enough to not be shaken up enough to not see the foot aiming for his head. He rolls over to dodge the foot, but he can't go far and can't stand up either because Machia's hands morphed into mole ones, claws extending far and sinking on his back. Machia isn't any genius. He doesn't have a high battle IQ, but he has good battle instincts. The two are different. This means that he is not prone to outsmarting his opponent, but he can notice that he is strong and use his advantage. Without wasting time, Machia's knees descend between Jack's shoulders, pinning the half-fishman on the ground. Brusquely, Machia finally grabs Jack's trunk and pulls back, estrangling his opponent with it. The contest of strength lasts longer than expected, Jack refusing to pass out, and maybe he is too dumb to simply unmake his transformation. Or maybe oxygen is not reaching his brain. At some point, in a moment of clarity, before he passes out, he thinks about it and goes back to being 100% human. But this is not enough because Machia makes use of the opening to hammer his head on the ground with his two fists. Ending the battle. Can't kill. Master needs to copy first. He comments and starts dragging Jack's body away. Pest! Queen shouts and points his robotic arm and tail at Cassandra. The two limbs shoot lasers on the narrow corridor where the two are fighting. Cassandra uses Jeppo to change her trajectory in the air. Afterimages are left behind where the laser attacks hit. She gets closer and closer till she is close enough to dropkick Queen on the stomach. Gag! The fat man almost spilled his guts while he was sent flying through some rooms. Sloppy. Cassandra comments while giving chase, evading a swipe of his tail by jumping and spinning on herself vertically, making use of the moment to give a guillotine kick on Queen's long neck. His head disappears on the ground, appearing on the floor below and scaring some people fighting there. Fucking brat. He spats. Cassandra frowns, looking down on the man. Apparently he is weaker than she expected. He relies too much on his strong body and technology. Or maybe Cassandra is too strong. In skills, Queen is receiving a beating. But another reason for her frown is that she can tell that this fight will take some time. Hard. She comments about the Queen's durability. She needs more firepower. Exclamation point. Her eyes suddenly shot to the side and she jumped to dodge in a hurry. A snake surges from the ground, coils around her leg and climbs her body. Not a snake, Queen. He detached himself from his body. Cassandra is more than confused now. What heck? They can do that? Hector also turns his head fast to pay attention to that fight. I mean, we know nothing about the dinosaurs beyond their fossils. So maybe they can. We don't even know how the dinosaurs are really. They can be giant chickens. Like, look at the skull of a hippopotamus and the real hippopotamus. The discrepancy is ridiculous. Oda can invent whatever he wants and be true, because we really don't know. #Oda genius, he concludes. Back to Cassandra, she struggles for some time, but Queen puts everything into crushing her bones till suddenly he doesn't even feel her anymore. Huh? He looks confused, turning to see he has nothing on his embrace. The sound of something falling makes him turn to see a boot hitting the ground. Two eyes blinks from the black boot before Cassandra materializes herself from it and kicks him on the chin, sending him flying away. She used black, her power to merge with black things, in a smart way to escape. Queen hits a wall and shakes his head from side to side to recover. Cassandra prepares herself for the next round, but she suddenly remembers a lesson given by Hector. She turns fast to the abandoned body of Queen and throws a device that sticks to it. A second later, an electric pulse fries the cybernetic enhancements of the body. Girl, what did you do? Body, fire rockets. Queen tries to use the voice commander to control the body, but it doesn't react. What did you do? Queen asks again, P. Cassandra answers and puts a fighting stance again. Impy? The term appears foreign to Queen. He moves a little to the side, trying to circle Cassandra. But instead of accompanying him on circling each other, Cassandra moves in response to him, keeping herself between him and his body. Exclamation point. Bad move. She says flatly indeed was a bad move. He gave up on his body to launch a sneaky attack to end the fight, thinking that he would be capable of recovering it afterward. Now he only has his snake-like body. He lost most of his enhancements and biological weapons. He won't even have the opportunity to show his powers like invisibility that he copied from Germa. Different from a manga/anime, where the plot would give the chance of the characters to give their all to the readers/viewers' enjoyment. Queen will not have this luxury this time. His loss is more than inevitable now. He grits his teeth. "You brat!" He shouts while advancing to one last desperate struggle. In another open part of Onigashima, the battle between Siko and King is happening. Flashes of fire illuminate the night sky, obscuring the stars while the two exchange blows. Siko appears to be having some difficulties. The difference in height and range can't be underestimated. She thinks while dodging a swing of King and releasing a flying slash at the All-Star. After a particularly strong clash, the two separate themselves a little to observe each other. "That you're not a swordsman." Siko says with a strange intonation, "I use a sword." King answers nonchalantly, "I see." Siko sighs a little disappointed, her eyes change and become sharp. Then this isn't a duel anymore. It's a battle. King senses danger and he only reacts fast enough to not have his right wing and arm cut off, but a rain of blood is sprayed from the huge wound given by Siko on his shoulder. "I will use my powers. Be careful." Siko warns him and taking a deep breath she disappears again. King is more ready this time, and his wing opens wide to release a huge ring of fire horizontally, stopping Siko from attacking him again. He doesn't waste time in taking flight. The sky will be his battlefield. But Siko pursued relentless using the power, air walk. Different from the move Jeppo from the Rokushiki, this power really creates a platform in the air instead of allowing a double jump. There's this world where these samurai shinigami create platforms with their energies. If you fight with a katana, creating a platform to put a stance is essential. Siko remembers Hector's words when he told her about her choices, convincing her not to take a flight power on her build and take this one instead. Seeing the approaching Siko, King pulls his huge sword back using his two hands and makes a huge horizontal swing. A giant wall of fire descends on her, closing her escape routes. Siko narrows her eyes slightly and takes another breath. He knew. She thinks, Foxfire style, Hamurasaki. She says before cutting the wall of fire perfectly the wall opens like is solid to her. That is a swordsmanship that shouldn't appear at this time. It's the swordsmanship of Kinemon, one of the scabbards that will appear 2 years from now. How does Siko know it? Hector, obviously. The rest of the scabbards saw Kinemon fighting for years. Hector used his powers to watch their memories, using a combination of putting devil fruit and other projection powers. In the last few days, while waiting for the fire festival, Hector told Siko to practice it. Being the natural genius limited by her own world that she is, coupled with the card of other 2 genius swordsmen, Takiko Michiro and Miyamoto Musashi. She grasped the basics fast. She even surprised herself with how effective it is, better than in the training, and creates a vacuum to kill the fire. A vacuum. She mutters to herself, understanding more and growing during the fight. Arriving in front of King's face, Siko sheathes her katana for an instant before using an IAI technique to try to cut his head. King inclines himself back to dodge, but for some reason he was pulled again into her range. Vacuum. Siko answers the unasked question. The lack of air because of her slash is being forcefully filled and pulling King too. Her purple eyes stared unblinkingly at her foe, vacuum slash. In an instant, she sheathes her katana again, while King is still being pulled in her direction. Using clockwork, she disappears from an instant, reappearing in the same spot like it was only an illusion. The katana is still sheathed and she is still in the same stance. But the attack already happened. A second later, a vertical purple flash appears between them, distorts the air, and looks like is sucking the light. King has his left arm and wing cut and falls impotent on the ground. His eyes were wide in disbelief, looking emptily to the sky. After crashing on the ground, still in a daze, King remains unresponsive even when Siko drops on his torso and stares him down. Sorry. I wish that our fight lasted longer, but I didn't want to lose the feeling, she says, almost apologetically at her defeated opponent. Kill me, King says in a deadpan voice. This is not to me or you to decide. She answers equally flat. Kaido will win. In a one-on-one. He always wins. King says, well, this will be proven incorrect tonight. Siko answers while looking at the roof of Onigashima. On Onigashima's roof Long-in, Hector's dragon glaive intertwines with Kaido in his dragon form. The two fighting all the way. Kaido is surprised not only by another dragon but also by the fact that he can't hurt this silver dragon, and instead, Long Yin's claws and fangs can hurt him. Only his observation haki prevented him from receiving grave injuries. His attention is shifted from the silver dragon. Yamato runs along Long Yin's body, Kanabo in her hands. She jumps from Long Yin and delivers a Raimei hack on the side of Kaido's dragon head. After this blow, Kaido didn't waste time in changing forms. Now, in his hybrid form, he spins in the air in a surprising show of agility to his big form and attacks Yamato with a similar attack. Yamato is sent to the ground like a cannonball. Whoa! Finally showing the claws, my son? Kaido drops to the ground with a boom too. Long Yin goes to circle around Yamato's head, ready to defend her. I never hid my desire to free Wano from you. Yamato exclaims strongly, yes. I think you are always idiotic like that, right? Kaido scratches his chin as if remembering, and appears that my lessons are too soft. Soft? Yamato is angry hearing his words. Not because of all of the abuse she suffered at the hands of her father, but because of the many people that he killed to teach him a lesson. Subordinates that give her food, prisoners, samurais, and others. This time you will be defeated, Yamato declares, and slowly she starts transforming in her hybrid form. Tonight you will learn of absolute failure. Then you will obediently listen to me afterward. Kaido readies himself too. But they are interrupted when Long Yin roars loudly to the sky. The two pause and look up too. Well, it's my time to shine. Be sure to capture my good angles, Cortana. Hector smiles. He is on a cloud high in the sky. He sits down in a meditation pose and his soul leaves his body and possesses a body close to him. The other Hector slowly opens his eyes and stands up. And without saying a word he jumps from the cloud in a free fall. Boom! Hector hits the ground loudly between the two fighters. He doesn't use any power so his landing creates a crater and a lot of dust. Very weak body. But will do. His silhouette walks out of the dust, clenching and opening one hand and rolling a shoulder. You finally arrived. Kaido smiles seeing Hector, but feels that there's something weird about him. Sorry? Things to do. Hector says flatly. He is wearing different clothes from before. The set is very bland, and not his samurai garb's Long Yin. He says. The dragon obeys by biting Yamato's clothes and carrying her away amidst her protests. A 101 then? Woro. Kaido laughs. Hector smirks too. Where's that katana? Kaido asks, I'm not gonna use it. Are you sure? I'm not here as a samurai. Hector slowly raises his hand in front of his body. You know, I didn't plan to interfere much. But you get on my nerves. Evil without a reason pisses me off. Bullies. Blurg. So I'm here as a hero, Yusha? Hector smirks. Answer my call. Sword of Durant. He chants, a golden light appears in the sky above them and boom, a huge heavy sword hits the ground next to Hector. The handle is close to his hand. Soul-bound iconic items are gained even though are not package cards. Zanpakutos and suchs. But about sacred gears? Bijus. Hector muses on his mind. He grabs the huge sword with one hand even though the thing is bigger and thicker than him. Testing the weight, a heavy sword is a symbol of a main character. Guts, Dante, Cloud, Inuyasha, Ichigo. He comments with a smile on his lips. Hector points his heavy sword at Kaido in a challenge. The hero, Yusha, will save the country from the clutches of an evil dragon. So cliché. I'm liking it. He laughs, I'm taking your daughter as a spoil too. This body of Hector is special. First, it has no meta powers. Its strength is of a simple peak one-piece body. So Hector plans to fight Kaido using only this body, his martial arts, hockey, and magic. The main reason for him to nerf himself is to test his magic fighting style and how good can be in a real battle. The two combatants are in standoff only for a second. From the tip of the sword of Durant, mana starts to coalesce and create fire. Like Rudius, Hector concentrates and spins the fire in a vortex to increase the potency. The fire changes colors every second till it becomes completely white. The basketball-sized vortex of white fire is so hot that is distorting the air around Hector. On his side, Kaido is not waiting idly either. He has opened his mouth and is concentrating a fire breath too. The two shoot at the same time, burrow breath. White beam. The two huge pillars of fire meet in the middle of the roof, and all of Onigashima tremble. The blast is enough to start to melt the roof and the horn of the giant skull that is Onigashima. The two didn't move while letting their attacks crash. So no spinning the joystick? Hector jokes on his mind seeing the attacks explode in each other and there's no contest of strength. From a third-person perspective it is obvious that Hector won. The explosion was much closer to Kaido, but even so, it didn't hurt him. Kaido grips his kanabo tightly. Are you ready? Wait a minute. Hector suddenly exclaims and puts a hand on the sign of stop to Kaido, ? Tonight is a full moon. It's the only thing he says before he looks up. A mysterious smile is on his lips while the full moon is reflected in his eyes. The changes start almost immediately. His pupils contracted, and his muscles spasm slightly because they're growing. He became 7 feet tall. Hector's hair started turning white and grew longer at an absurd rate. The weight of the hair made it lose any curliness and become straight, reaching his thigh. He closes his eyes and takes a breath. When he opens it again they are red. From the sclera to the pupils, in different shades of red. Kaido has waited patiently for the 2 seconds transformation, a Sulong transformation? Are you a half mink? He frowns, first time that I've seen something like that. Something like that? Minks and humans are mammals. Hector stares at him. His face is now much more adult. He created a clone with the main characteristic of the mink race. The ability to transform under the full moon. A human mink. Hector's usual appearance is between an adolescent and an adult. Anyone who looks at him will think that he is a youngster, but he is tall and has a well-developed body enough to pass as an adult. He is like 2 steps away from full adulthood. He sees his own reflection on his sword. Any remnants of baby fat, as small as they were previously, disappeared. Eidolon without the mask but not quite. I look like Sephiroth. He thinks and laughs when he thinks about the parallels and dichotomy. He just made a joke about heavy swords being a main character thing. At the same time, the spike short hair is also a main character thing while long and white hair goes to the villains. Like Griff, Sephiroth, Sesshamar. I like it. He declares, thanks for waiting, now let's start. He grabs his heavy sword with 2 hands and jumps high in the air. The electricity of the mink race covers his limbs while he holds the sword over his head, the moon framing his silhouette while he falls over Kaido. Whoa, I can already say that this will be fun. Kaido on his part grabs his kanabo and brings it from below. The 2 weapons meet each other, shaking the whole Onigashima. No, they didn't meet. There's a space between the 2 weapons where air appears to be squeezed. A shock of advanced conqueror's haki. So Yutuha? Wuro, Kaido laughs in uproar. Obviously, enjoy your last fight. It's my final gift for you. Hector answers. To be continued. World of Pirates, Part 8.5 continuing. The battle is heated on the rooftop. Hector and Kaido clash dozens of times, no one giving an inch. They dash forward, meeting with their weapon, and backing off after the blow and repeating. It's impressive on his own that this body of Hector is almost equal in strength to Kaido in his hybrid form. But Hector has enough of having fun playing around like kids with sticks. Mana suddenly flows through his body, enhancing all of his muscles. Hector takes the second of respite after an exchange to touch the ground bottomless pit. A magic circle expands from his fingertips, with demonic symbols, and the ground in response becomes dark, with many eyes and small hands on it. The pit expands to Kaido, swallowing one of his feet. The small eldritch hands held him in place for a moment. This small moment is enough to Hector burst forth with his mana-enhanced body and cut a wound on his chest. So he can see the future. Hector thinks before Kaido frees himself from the pit and counterattacks. The two weapons meet again, and Kaido takes advantage of the shock to be propelled to the sky, turning himself into a dragon during the jump. Hector follows with Jeppo. He can't fly because he has no powers at the moment, but his techniques allow him to not be at an advantage. Kaido starts circling himself and creating tornadoes to difficult Hector's movement, Tatsumaki. Smash. Next question? Hector jokes in a shout while maneuvering around the tornadoes from a blind spot. Kaido released his Keifu, wind blades, trying to hurt Hector, but even without danger sense and spider sense, Hector's observation haki is advanced enough to allow him a somewhat comfortable dodge. Oh, I should have transplanted Rudius's eye on this body. Hector comments after seeing a little of his long white hair being cut by the blades of wind. Tundra. Hector's voice echoes on the battlefield after he uses another magic. An icy wind blows to counter Kaido's one, and the low temperature slows down the wind, creating an opening for Hector to attack. He kicks the air with great strength and zooms at Kaido, slashing his big serpentine body. Gark. Kaido gurgles in pain. When the slash cuts his hard scales, he coils himself in a ball and emerges in his hybrid form again. The two big weapons meet each other in the air. The clash creates shockwaves of power and haki. They slowly let the gravity bring them to the ground while they stare at each other through their weapons. A smile on their lips. Are you having fun? Kaido asks, surprisingly yes. Hector admits good. When Kaido's feet hit the ground first, courtesy of his height, he shifts his posture a little so that he can deliver Kongo Kabura at Hector, throwing him far away like he is a baseball player making a home run. Hector's organs tremble from the shock, even after he blocked it with the flat of his sword. Heck, what weak body. He smiles with a drop of blood on the corner of his lips. He stops his flight by creating a magic circle platform in the air. He landed on it vertically and didn't waste time on shooting himself at Kaido again. I am having so much fu'uen. Wua! Kaido shouts to the sky with eyes full of tears. You're weird. Hector comments, seeing him shifting his fighting style slightly based on his mood. The battle goes on. Hector tries new magic and new strategies all the time. Kaido with his strong body is an excellent dummy. He also noticed that even with Kaido's mood swings that only a pregnant woman could have, his fighting prowess didn't diminish. It became even a little more dangerous, thanks to the unpredictability. Like the drunk fist. Hector's body charged with electricity dances around Kaido. He is delivering more attacks than Kaido, getting used to this body. It's better that I didn't try to pull a Killua with this electricity. This brain will not hold out and I can mess it easily. He thinks while deciding what to try next. At some point, a surprising thing happens. During an exchange, when the two are creating distance as usual, Kaido grabs Hector's leg with his tail. Interesting. Should I break my foot to escape? Nah. Hector says calmly while looking down and being pulled closer. Good move. He praises even before he receives another direct hit, being thrown away. After he sent Hector flying, Kaido noticed some ice spikes piercing his legs slightly. He shrugs it off easily through. It's hard to imbue haki in magic constructs. Hector comments while hitting the ground and sliding many meters away. Kaido walks slowly in Hector's direction while catching his breath. Exclamation point. But when he steps a little forward, a magic circle appears under his feet and a huge explosion engulfs him. Boom, you're full of tricks. Kaido comments after swinging his kanabo to create wind to disperse the smoke. He is only slightly hurt by this explosion. Ah man, this is sad. Hector gets off the ground but remains crouched down. Now I understand. How sad it is. What is? Kaido asks curiously, not really matter if the two are in the middle of a life and death battle. I'm too strong. Hector replies sadly while pouting. Kaido raises an eyebrow at him. Hector continues to stay crouched on the ground, writing something with his index finger while hugging his knees. Kaido has enough of his silliness and raises his kanabo to attack him. But from that defenseless position, Hector blurs and reappears behind his head, kicking him to the ground. Come on man, I'm having an existential crisis here. Like Saitama. Have a little of empathy as a fellow strong dude. Hector whines like a petulant kid on his own while standing on Kaido's back. Kaido shakes himself while taking his head from the ground. He is catching on to what is happening. He turns fast and swings his kanabo. Hector responds in kind with a swing of his heavy sword. Yes. That's fun. Hector exclaims excitedly while exchanging blows and comparing strength with Kaido. I see what you're doing. Kaido says slowly after they are separated by a big clash. Huh. You're imitating me. Kaido says a little impressed. After being exposed to Kaido's unpredictable mood swing fighting style, the Shuron hack. Hector is using it perfectly. That Yujiro Hanma card is working just fine. Am I? Hector looks genuinely confused. I mean, maybe I can't control the emotions on this body, it is like 2 days old after all. He says acting innocent, that's a little impressive. Kaido praises, 1 second ago you were sad and your fighting style changed because of that. I couldn't almost keep up with my observation. Suddenly Hector is crouching on the ground facing away again. Oh yeah. Now I remember why I was sad. He pouts while writing on the ground with his index finger. This fighting has been fun, Kaido. Hector says sadly, is that so? I'm enjoying it too. Kaido smiles. But the truth is that I nerfed myself, you know? If I had used my real body, that good move from before would never worked. Hector sighs, even without using powers to phase through you or change the shape of my body. His head hangs low, depressed. You don't understand. Your strength comes from being almost invulnerable, hence your boredom. What? Goes beyond that. Hector rolls his eyes seeing Kaido's strange face. I'm so fast that is like I'm living in a different flow of time, you know? Faster than the synapses in your brain. I could have written an essay on your back while your brain commanded your arms to raise your weapon. Hector sighs again. I understand Saitama and Seiki Kusuo a little more now. There's no sense of danger or fulfillment. I need to constantly hold back myself to not leave in an eternal state of a hellish nightmare because no one can keep up with me. It didn't annoy me too much before, but I tasted again how is to be a little weaker, read normal. Hector sighs, and now here I am. I ask myself if I'm a little dumber in this body. Does intelligence is related to the physical brain or the soul? Self-inserts MC that possess bodies like of Peter Parker conveniently became smart. But when they self-insert in people like Luffy, they didn't go dumber. Hector sidetracks on his own, almost ignoring Kaido. Kaido would have attacked, but he knows that Hector's fighting prowess didn't diminish just because he looked like an emotional mess. His guard is not down even if looks like it. Anyway, Hector stands up, he looks calmer now. It's funny how I'm talking about this with you. Is that thing of enemies being close as friends true? Oh. He suddenly realizes something and hits his palm with a fist. It's because one of us will die anyway on the end of it. So it doesn't matter if we speak about our secrets or open our hearts like that. I see. You're a weird bastard, but it's nothing that I haven't seen before. Kaido says, just enjoy the fight, no need to think too much. Overthinking is one of my character traits. And believe in me, I'm enjoying the fight. Hector shrugs, it's because this fight made my blood boil, the adrenaline shot high. This normally doesn't happen when I see everything in a slow motion and I'm prepared to all your attacks beforehand. Little flashback, I would never completely give up on my humanity. Not even by becoming a dragon. Hector says to Siko and Cassandra this moment, Hector is giving a little class about powers and everything related to them. And it's not only because of my human pride. There isn't much to be proud of on this crappy race anyway. He says he was in a bad mood at that time, but being a human has its advantages. Especially a half-human. How so? Siko asks, let me explain. Instead of being a pure breed of any other, Doesn't matter how strong it is, if given me the chance I would choose to be a half-human with that race, and the reason is simple. First, the potential, but especially, we are weak. He concludes. You're confounding me now. Siko shakes her head. Wait for it. Because we're weak, we have a certain amount of untapped inner strength that we can use to survive in dangerous situations. This also helps tap on the full potential of those stagnate strong races. Hector looks at Siko. It's the whole banana and rock story again, Siko. There's a bunch of examples on the Omniverse. Gohan, John Kent, Mark Grayson, and many others. You guys didn't know all of them, but understand that the fact they're half-human increased the potential. Like it lifted the cap, accelerated the growth rate, unlocked new powers. Because we have smaller lifespans? Siko tries to guess, connecting with the story of the banana and the rock that Hector talked about during Whitebeard's funeral. Yes. And not only that, but also because of a simple thing that we overlook because is normal. Can we guess what it is? He asks them and waits. Adrenaline. He answers after noticing that they didn't catch it. Adrenaline is low-key up. That classic example of mothers lifting cars to save their babies. Some powerlifters commented that they try to trick their mind to simulate danger so that they can have that boost in strength. Let me tell a story. That Mark Grayson guy. His father is from a strong alien race. They are literally invulnerable, live ridiculous long lives. He is half-human, and while people would think that this would make him weaker, this made him grow in strength fast and have a surprisingly boost of strength when the situation asks for it. It's not only plot armor. Hector exclaims, that race is so strong that there's practically no danger to them. A dull rock. In a certain fight, Mark's opponent commented. Hector deepens his voice to signal that he is quoting it. It's no use in getting angry, boy. This is not how it works. He spat on the whole, getting angry, getting stronger cliché, but this time he was wrong. Mark's anger boosted his adrenaline levels and made him stronger enough to overwhelm his opponent. He broke his limit. Not all because he is half-human. He is stronger, but his body thinks that he is weak and is trying to help him on it. Siko concludes, yes, that's a bridged version. It's more like being a half-human erased the years of dull evolution. He is back at the bottom of the food chain even though he is not. And he can grow more. He has survival instincts that he doesn't need. Hector shrugs, and this is important to you, Siko. Hector smiles while pointing at her. It's about your next upgrade. Question mark. Adrenaline is OP, but when was the last time I felt that? Hector thinks, his mind back to the present. Feeling his blood boil in practicing some physical activity. Having fun. Being jump-scared. He didn't feel those things anymore. I'm destined to go down on the Saitama path? But I can't hold back either. I'm completing all the side quests before the main storyline so that I don't need to use a continue. Hector looks at the sky. Go drink alcohol then. Kaido says in a deadpan. Hector side glances him. Well, that's not a bad idea. I mean, it's not like all in life is fighting, right? If I need to sacrifice whatever fun I will have in fighting to have a good life and give others a good life, I'm all for it. Hector says seriously. He continues, there's other ways to have fun. Like women. He thinks seriously about that. True. Kaido agrees with a shrug. So can we go back? My body is getting cold. He says, Sorry. Hector grabs his sword with his two hands, Dawnbreaker mode. The sword shines in a golden light. Kaido felt danger like never before and smiled broadly. That's it. Hector attacks. His strongest attack till now. Kaido sees the future and knows that he needs to dodge. The giant golden slash cuts the sky, even the clouds are pushed apart. How far the slash traveled is unknown, but Yamato, who is on top of Long Yin's head, made a shocked expression from her privileged position. That attack would have destroyed Onigashima. She says, mouth agape, while watching the golden light disappear on the horizon. On the roof, Kaido has jumped to avoid the attack, but Hector suddenly appeared above him, his heavy sword pointing at his foe's back. Using his full weight, Hector stabs Kaido when he is turning around to confront him. Then his mink electricity runs through the heavy sword, frying Kaido too. paralyzing him and delaying his response to the next move. It's when Hector takes his left hand from the handle of the sword and pulls back to Galaxy Punch Kaido in the face, mailing him on the ground with that strike. Hector takes distance to another huge attack, but he stops when the whole battlefield becomes a mess of a storm, Kaido probably creating a curtain to hide the next attack. Hector narrows his eyes and jumps to dodge a fire breath that swipes around him. Swipes? He wants me to jump. Hector guesses right. He looks behind to see Kaido's huge form behind him, already attacking with his Kanabo. Kosan's Ragnaroku. Kaido shouts, "This one will put me in a bad spot." Hector thinks while the attack approaches his defenseless back. But who is Hector? Even without his body, he is still a battle genius. He didn't take the assimilation for granted. He lived them, meditated, and trained every day to really incorporate the battle experiences of his cards into himself. The results are showing. Instead of turning around completely, he uses the flat side of his heavy sword like a fan and swings in front of himself. The wind generates and pushes him in Kaido's direction. His leg connects with Kaido's solar plexus and he dodges the attack on one simple move. Differences in height between characters can give advantages and disadvantages to the two sides. Kaido has more range, but that means if Hector enters in a certain zone, the zone between Kaido's torso and elbow will make it hard for him to attack Hector. Hector just entered exactly on this perfect spot. Kaido is defenseless. He spins around himself using Kaido as leverage and is already swinging his sword at the man's head, Dawnbreaker mode. He repeats and swings heavily. Kaido saw the future, saving him from having his skull completely obliterated when he pulled his chin back. The golden slash flies to the sky, cutting the clouds and making people think dawn has come already from some instance. Hector kicks Kaido again and prepares the finishing blow while he is off balance. Not only that, Kaido's future sight is also in cooldown after he just used, so that is the moment. Blurg. Until is not. Hector bleeds from all the orifices on his head. Blood cascades from his mouth like a waterfall while his eyes widen and his face pales. His body jerks a little and he needs to stop the attack. What happened? He murmurs, voice drowned by his own blood. Oh, but Hector is still with a calm person. His face becomes stony even though he is bleeding all over. He calmly pats his own body and checks himself. Without my powers is hard to guess, but multiple organ failures. I think my heart is exploding. He thinks with a hand over his chest. His Sulong transformation slowly recedes while he looks at his hands. Purple veins are visible under his pale and slightly cracking skin. Mana poisoning? Is that a thing? I'm an imbecile. He sighs, allowing another waterfall of blood to cascade from his lips. Normally body and mind need to be in synchrony. Too much of one can lead to troubles. It's a common trope when the mortal vessel can't withstand a godlike possession. But this was just another of Hector's bodies, something extremely compatible with his own soul. Yes, but is a one-piece body. A warrior body. He thought because magic comes from the soul he didn't need to make a proper vessel. Making a warrior body with a mage soul would be the strongest combination. The problem is that during the battle, his soul was constantly pouring mana on this unfit body. If its aura and chakra, maybe it would withstand for more time. Well, living and learning. Hector thinks calmly while keeping his body from collapsing. So that's why some worlds have magic conduits and magic veins. I see. I'm too spoiled with the body given by the essence. In the end, it's all a test drive. This body has an expiration date anyway. Different from common belief thanks to the banalization of clones. It's incredibly hard to create one. Vlones seldom are perfect, only inheriting partial characteristics, especially from people with powers. It's common for the bodies not to support it. It's a fact that Laura Kinney is the 23rd try to clone Wolverine, and she was more of a daughter because they used a woman to conceive her. Clones have a low lifespan too. Hector keeps them in suspended animation, if not he would need to get rid of them weekly. And to bypass these limitations is very common for the creators to mix the clones with cybernetic enhancements, like Reed and others did with a clone of Thor during the First Civil War. Oi, are you okay? You're gonna die at this rate. Kaido asks with a frown. He does not like it. Don't worry, Hector waves him off, but I only have fuel on this body for one last attack, so. Hector poses again with his heavy sword over his shoulder. Very well, I want to end this in the best way possible. Kaido readies his Kanabo too. This time Kaido is the one taking the initiative, his jump on the air from momentum, or maybe he wants to Hector give his all on his attack without worry. Afraid of him dropping dead if he gives a step. Kosan's Ragnaraku. Kaido attacks with everything he has, Eclipse mode. Blood bursts from Hector's wounds, but his face is calm. His sword enlarges and he encounters Kaido's attack without any tricks. Boom. The clash is blinding to any bystander. Light, wind, and dirt. The whole roof of Onigashima was a mess starting by the epicenter. Huff asterisk when the dust settles. Kaido is on his knees, wounds all over his body and breathing heavily. He appears to be on his last legs, but knowing the guy in this world he will be at 100% in some days. Hector on the other hand is in a worse shape. There's blood all over his body while he remains unmoved. If he gives a step he will really collapse, but he laughs. It's my victory. I'm standing. Dying standing. Hi, he says to Kaido before the laugh makes his body literally become dust. I don't feel so good. I hope this will be the last time. Kaido narrows his eyes a little but laughs too afterward. Whoa. You won this battle, but in the end I survived to win the war again. He laughs/cries to the sky after throwing himself on his back. He just stays lying on the ground for some time. Till something drops from the sky. Boom, stop acting cool. I'm starting to like you. He hears the familiar voice approaching from the falling point. Will become hard for me to kill you tonight. Kaido's eyes widen seeing Hector emerge from the dust and stopping close to him. How? Hector looks down on him and smiles. Well, how to explain? I have the power to create a body that is a weaker version of myself and control it like a puppet. Hence why that body fail. I was using too much power. Hector explains while looking at the sky and scratching his chin. You can be proud of yourself for making me use too much power. He praises Hector, then goes to copy the original Dragon Devil Fruit and heal Kaido. I would give me AB. I received too much unnecessary damage. I didn't adapt faster enough to the difference in stats and the lack of certain powers, especially at the passive ones. Hector says to Kaido and himself, I didn't use Arthur Lewin Dragon Ether Mode 2, but that body wouldn't handle it anyway. What are you doing? Kaido asks while feeling his strength coming back. Healing you to one last round. Hector answers without a care, are you mocking me? No. This is out of character to me too, man. Hector shrugs, but this needs a proper ending. You didn't use everything too, right? Hector finishes copying the devil fruit and curing Kaido and turns his back to the Yonko. He moves away a little and takes Odin 2 katanas. When you're ready, he says slowly and stands on his spot. Kaido slowly stands up with gritted teeth. Are you Joy Boy? Hell no. Kaido didn't say anything more before he jumped high in the sky and started flying to the clouds while in his dragon form Hector remains unmoved. He is not worried about Kaido running away. He is sure that a man like Kaido would never do that. People in this world think differently from someone like him who came from a modern world. You wanted to die, right? Hector murmured to himself while looking up to the clouds where Kaido disappeared, but you don't want to simply kill yourself and be done with it. You want a death full of meaning. It's like how Itachi said once to Kisame. The clouds start churning. You envy old man Whitebeard because his death restarted the pirate era. It's an incredible death. You want something like that too. Die to Joy Boy. Hector guesses. He starts putting a stance when he sees an orange dot appear on the clouds. The best I can do for you, Kaido. It's to guarantee that your death will free the people of Wano and start a new era in this country. The orange dot grows big. You are dying in the hands of the strongest, Kaido. He shouts at him. Kaido finally emerges from the clouds. Kane Daiko. His dragon form is enveloped in a giant dragon construct of fire many times bigger than himself. Kaido descends upon Hector. His attack will be enough to turn Onigashima into cinders. And Luffy won against that? What type of world do you want to create, the devil? Kaido asks while descending at high speed. The answer is too big to the moment, you bastard. Hector puts an Odin stance. But a world where everyone has at least a chance is a good start. They finally clash. Beyond being visually breathtaking, there's no suspense. Kaido is sliced into 4 parts by Hector. People of Wano and Onigashima. Cortana's voice is transmitted over all places. The duel between Kaido and Hector has ended. On Hector's absolute victory. The screen finally clears to show Hector's back while he holds his 2 katanas at the side, Kaido's corpse in front of him, and sparks slowly raining from the sky like fireflies. He turns to look at the camera and gives a thumbs up. Told ya. You all can shout now. And everyone obeys, shouting to the sky in celebration. Next day, outskirts of the flower capital. On the previous night, everything ended as Hector expected. From his side, the number of deaths is kept at a minimum. Mostly old and sick people died with some exceptions. On the Beast Pirates side, roughly 15,000 are alive, with varying ranges of injuries. This small amount of deaths can be attributed to the people of this world being very durable, and when the people of Wano's side fought, they didn't have the time to double tap when they were being ganged up by more people. Right now, these survivors of the Beast Pirates are all receiving the defeated treatment on a huge open field outside the flower capital. They're on their knees, with their hands and feet tied, all lined up submissively while the people of Wano watches. There's a huge stage between them. The occupants of the stage are the key people of the war. The Red Scabbards, the Whitebeard Pirates, Rayleigh, Hiyori, Hyogoro Yamato, and others. So Princess Hiyori is truly alive. What a blessed day this is. Someone in the crowd of the Wano people exclaims, she was Kamurasaki this whole time, just for thinking how much she endured. I. An old lady cries out. The Scabbards are truly alive. And many other related comments. But aren't those people pirates like Kaido? Someone asks, pointing to the pirate group. Idiot, they are old companions of Odin's Sama. Someone shouts, oh. There's good and bad pirates. The buzz sound is loud right now, so many people talking and guessing. But everyone shuts up instantly and instinctively when the man appears and starts walking slowly on the stairs of the stage. Hector is doing his cool walk, where he puts a hand off his sleeve and lets it be supported on the opening of his torso. In his mind, this is the cool way to walk around when using traditional Japanese clothing. Siko, that is following closely behind, shakes her head in amusement. Seeing him act cool on the outside and still have these childish thoughts amuses her. Hector arrives at the front of the stage and pauses. No one says anything while he lets the silence stretch. At some point, the situation grows tense. That nice weather, huh? He finally opens his mouth but says something ridiculous. Siko facepalms while people widen their eyes while other laughs. The laughs get contagious and eventually, everyone is laughing. Siko understands where this comes from, the famous opening joke, to make people relax. What she doesn't know is that is a pretty similar way of acting on another someone that these people like. Odin never liked super formal things. Anyway, shut up for a bit, and let me make my speech. Hector says rudely, but people don't take this to heart and laugh a little. So, before we celebrate the fire festival, let's solve the problems first. Mainly these guys. Hector points to the crowd of Kaido's former subordinates. This makes people adopt expressions of anger on their faces. Kill them. Hang them. Boil them. A cacophony of shouts goes on, and Hector lets them vent up. Luffy never needed to deal with the aftermath. He sighs on his mind, I refuse. Hector shouts, interrupting them, and before they can shout in protest, he says, I'm not gonna slaughter 15,000 prisoners. I mean, I can, but I don't wanna. My karma will go downhill. He makes a disgusted face. So I was thinking of letting them work to revert their damage on the land of Wano. What about that? Hector sounds reasonable. Someone says, yeah, killing 15,000 defeated people doesn't sound honorable. Hector-sama has a good plan. Hector let them comment, I see that almost everyone is on board with it. Later I will narrow down the ones that committed the most heinous crimes between them and get rid of them. Now, Hector turns to the crowd of the beast pirates. I want all of you guys to accept me as your new captain. He jumps off the stage and stays in front of the higher-ups like the All-Stars and the Tobarapo. What? I will absorb you all on my Yonko crew. Or better, Yamato will create the Neo-Beast Pirates and you guys will be subordinates of my Hell Pirates. Hector thinks on the spot. I don't wanna. Yamato, who is on stage, whines, do this for me. Hector turns to her, fine. Yamato agrees easily. Well, that's it. You are all my subordinates, okay? Hector turns to the pirates, kill me. King says slowly with his face down. Sure, boss. I will be the best subordinate that you can ask for. Queen answers easily. Jack keeps himself silent. On the Tobarapa's side, only Altai says something, like hell, I will be your subordinate. Go kill yourself, you bastard. I want Kaido-sama. You will never be Kaido-sama. Altai shouts and tries to fight her restraints. Well, time for the example to be made. Hector's face goes cold, and the air together with it. He raises his hand on the air and from the distance Kaido's kanabo flies to his hand. It's a little comical how he is holding it. His hand can't even close around that ring on the handle. Without saying a word, Hector lowers the giant kanabo in Altai, turning her into a bloody paste on the ground. Some people shout at the display, are you confusing my kindness for weakness? Hector asks in a low voice, but nonetheless sends shivers down the spine of everyone present. Grovel at my feet for this second chance, bitch. Altai. Page 1. Altai's brother shouts, you bust. Pucci, he was smeared on the ground too. Like a gory and bizarre game of whack-a-mole, Hector moves to the All-Stars and turns Queen and Jack into the mist of blood too. I like you, King. I know if you surrender, will be for real. Any chance you will do it? Hector asks, the giant kanabo raised in the air by his arm, no. King answers resolutely, too bad. Pucci. Hector moves back to the Tobarapo, any objection? Who's who, Sasaki and Black Maria say nothing. Hector with his powers can't feel disloyalty from them for now, but can't feel loyalty either. Only fear and acceptance. Good. He nods to himself, I have 2 months, I will kill the rebellious one after using them as work mules. He starts walking again to the front, this time turning to the people of Wano. Despite that, their crimes can't be easily forgotten. So that they can start anew, some punishment must be delivered. What are you guys thinking about it? He asks. Not even 1 second after his words left his mouth, many suggestions were shouted. Whipped. That's a good idea. Fast and clean. Hector considers a particular suggestion and removes a 7-pronged whip from his inventory. How many lashes though? Some more discussions went through, but they ended up settling with one unique lash, seeing which is a 7-pronged whip. Well, Doji wants to make the honors. Hector turns to the fat and pink-haired red scabbard and offers the whip. Will be my pleasure. Ashura Doji answers. At the same time, Hector pulls a random beast pirate from the crowd and puts him ahead of the crowd. The random beast pirate withers under the hateful gazes of the people of Wano. Well, if you survive this one, you are good. Doji pulls his arm back and goes to deliver a strong blow. The whip snaps, cutting the air, and hits the back. Hector's back. Faster than anyone could see, Hector exchanged places with the pirate. Hector-san. Doji asked, shocked. The others on the stage rise too. Hiyori puts her hand in front of her mouth. Siko stands up fast too, but stops herself from intervening. Thankfully Hector didn't bring Makia here. If not, that is one. Continue. Hector says like it was nothing. At some point, he removed his upper clothes and stayed unmoved with his arms crossed. 7 red marks start slowly appearing on his back. Hector-san? Doji asks again. I say continue. There's still 14.999 to go. Hector answers with a stony face. You can't receive the punishment for them. Denjiro intervenes. Obviously I can. I'm the leader now. So it's my responsibility. Hector answers as a matter of fact. It's not your fault. Someone in the crowd says weakly, but Hector snaps and shouts at them. Obviously it is. First rule of leadership. Everything is my fault. He silences them. These pieces of shit are my people now, so I will take the full responsibility. Hector points back with his thumb. These trashes can't survive a strike. They still need to repent. They still need to continue living. Hector says he turns to Doji again. Continue. The same strength. Hector adds. I can't. Ashura Doji trembles. Don't be a pussy. I can support you weak-ass strikes like is nothing. This is a punishment for you too. Your arm will tire before me. It took a lot of convincing, but eventually, Ashura Doji restarted the lashes. 1, 2, 10, 20, 100, 1,000. The sound of the whip cracking on the air and hitting Hector's flesh is the only sound heard even though thousands and thousands of people are present. The display is heart-wrenching. At some point, the whip really breached Hector's skin, and blood started flowing in every blow. Almost everyone is crying, the women clenching their chests. Even Rayleigh and others look solemn. He can understand the hidden intentions, but it doesn't make it easier. Siko doesn't avoid her gaze even if she wants, even if she knows that this much is nothing. Halfway through, Doji got tired and switched with Denjiro. Hector remained still the whole process, not making a sound or moving a millimeter. The sun eventually goes down. The sky gets red. It appears that even the sky is bleeding with Hector. The scene is so strong. His back is bare flesh at this point, even some bones being visible here and there. 14.000, 14.001, 14.002, and goes on. Even the beast pirates are touched by the display. They are united by strength. This act starts sprouting some seeds of loyalty on them. At some point, the people start to make a countdown. This will end with the 15.000 strikes, even though the number is not exact. No one cares. The point was made. The people of Wano's hate for the beast pirates is forgotten at this point. And the last one is the slowest. The whip dances in the air and strikes Hector's back almost pathetically. Denjiro is covered in sweat and has some tears in his eyes too. Phew, that's a good massage. Hector rolls his bloody shoulder and smiles broadly at them. Is all that really necessary? Siko asks with a frown at the privacy of a room. She is looking at Hector's healing back while she sits on the ground behind him. You, from all people, must know that this much is nothing. Hector starts saying, facing away from Siko. Lie. You lowered your defenses with whatever means you have. You can heal, but must have hurt nonetheless. Siko interrupts him while tracing her fingers above the angry wounds on his back. Hector can't argue against that. It was necessary. He finally says, people in this world are very emotional. A display like that united them a little, made them forget they hate a little. If they still hold a heavy grudge or even act against the beast pirates, it's like pissing on my sacrifice. They are nice like that. Hector explains. All this for the enemy. All this for the future. Working hands are a limited resource. This little act of mine created a path to they walk together in the future. After I'm not here anymore. Hector says once again Siko is a little flabbergasted at Hector's charisma and methods. He moved the hearts of dozens, of thousands of people today. She would not be surprised if they worshipped the ground where he walks now. The world is not his yet because he doesn't want. She thinks she helps Hector bandage his torso completely. Are you not gonna heal yourself completely? She asks. Pain is a good reminder that I'm playing with people's lives and emotions. He says. Siko gives him a somewhat helpless glance. You're not the monster you think you are. The door of the room where the two are staying slides open, and Hector leaves it to stumble on someone. Hiyori, shouldn't you be enjoying the festival? Hector looks down on the princess of the country. She needs to start acting like one. After all, there are 2 years before Momonosuke and the rest of the scabbards appear. Hector feels a little guilty by the fact his actions dumped a lot on her small shoulders. Everyone is waiting for you, Hector-sama. She says fast, and how are your injuries? She asks, stuttering a little. Hector looks down to see a small compartment in her hands. The smell denounces that is some sort of ointment to wounds. I will survive. I'm tough. He smiles at her. Is that so? She looks at him, still worried. Please. I'm so strong that I need to relax my mind and think about nothing to allow these guys to hurt me. You as their princess should put them in a strict training regime. Hector jokes. Despite herself, she laughs a little. The situation turns a little awkward because she is blocking the path, without even noticing it. Hector starts saying, "Oh, I'm sorry." She exclaims, I brought you some. She stumbles with her words, flustered. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hector interrupts her embarrassment by grabbing her hands and gently taking the ointment from her hands. Hiyori looks up mesmerized at him and Hector simply smiles gently, while still holding her hand. Ahem Siko interrupts the two and stares at them with a deadpan face. The MVP needs to start the party apparently. Hector gives the two a wry smile before speed walking away. For some reason, he is missing fighting Kaido. He didn't even look back to see how the two were looking at each other. The following days are hard. For some reason, the position of interim shogun fell on Hector's hands. But he doesn't mind, it's on his plans nonetheless. Now that I decide to save them, I'm going all the way and taking responsibility. He said. He needs to reconstruct the cities, restore the environment, cure the victims of Smile, and deal with the corrupt officers and traitors. He has been busy, but he didn't complain one a bit. To him, it's a small training to the day he has his own contract/planet/empire. Isn't the reason he goes to these worlds using travel ticket to train and practice in certain things? But right now, he is in a little of a strange situation. He is completely still, his mind blue-screened, and the tea that he was drinking falling from his mouth like a waterfall. Say what? He asks, Hector-sama. Could you please marry me and give me a child? Hiyori asks, blushing. Baby mama number 2? Will our MC spread his seed through the Omniverse? Will he accept it? Still hasn't decided, it's just a vacation trip without strings, Hector till next time. By the way, my observation hockey was sharp and Bonnie is really a 12-year-old. The FBI will never catch me. Extra. Learn about powers with AMC Hector. Thanks for healing my depression. Shago. I just let you squeeze my boobs. Conversation before going to the One Piece world. Short chapter to explain certain things and interactions. It's like a patch note. Tried to not make boring. I personally like info dumps, but seeing that some don't like and would take a good chunk of a chapter. And to make things clear to the future. Now enjoy. N. The events of this chapter happened at some point in the past in the world of One Piece. Third-person POV boom crash. A big explosion reverberates in an isolated area of the sea. The huge sound travels far, together with the sound of breaking glass. Na object is propelled at a distance, skidding through the surface of the water like a pebble being made to bounce on it. I should have put more thought into that. Hector deadpants while he hits the surface of the water a record number of times before finally stopping after hitting the shore of an island. That's uncharacteristically reckless of you, master. Cortana comments on his mind. I know. But I went super carefully and everything appeared to be under control till was not. Hector answers while removing his upper body from the sand. He looks at his hand to see the incredible sight of his fingers bleeding. Not only that, the skin of the tip of his fingers appears to have been peeled off, a hint of white bones appearing underneath all the blood and mingled flesh. Hector holds back his regeneration to stare at this mess. He feels like he kinda deserves it. The reason for all this is that he was testing the limits of the recent powers he acquired, pushing them beyond. The crux of the question is, the powers that Hector recently acquired are weaker than him. He went to the JoJo world and is now in the One Piece world. He is like a god in these worlds and he went there to acquire hacks. To have more tools under his utility belt. But the body is the medium to these powers. So Hector's strong body can push these powers to heights that the original users could never dream of or simply lack the creativity to use. Like the tremor fruit of Whitebeard, the power that Hector tested just now. Tremor my ass. More like space fruit. Not on the level of space manipulation, but allows the user to interact with space at least. A space interaction power. Whitebeard is just a simple guy that punches things that never went creative with it. Hector mutters the idea came while he tested the known super moves of the said power, like the ability to grab the space and tilt the horizon a little. The confirmation came when Hector flew off the planet to punch in the vacuum of space using this power. There are no molecules to vibrate there. And even so, a tiny crack appeared when Hector punched. Using the same strength, a 2-meter crack should have appeared on the ground level, but on the vacuum, only a crack of a length of 1 inch appeared. Almost pathetic, but appeared. Then Hector thought about many uses. The first that came to mind would be the ability to mess with teleportations and portals. Maybe even interact with them like Saitama did while fighting Garu. Then his Chuyuni brain remembered those cool scenes where the physically strong characters grabbed the air and tore it open like a window, opening a rift in space. And this is what led to the present moment after he tried to imbue his fingers with the fruit power and open a hole in space by tearing it open. Trying to open the fabric of reality like a curtain. Don't try to create singularities at a whim, master. Cortana admonishes. But it's so cool. He almost pouts while finally letting his fingers heal. He stretches his healed hands again, making a grab motion of the air. The air molds like jello on his grasp. To him is not much, but on the horizon, the sea churns, huge waves start to grow, ready to burst, and the clouds swirl to the ground. It's hard to distinguish where the sea and sky start and end. Hector lets go of the air, the sea explodes. Fish and water fly everywhere, the clouds go back to the sky too fast, and a hurricane is formed in a split of second but can't be sustained by itself and disappears. A storm also starts forming but disappears after rain for some minutes. Hector pauses and lies down on the beach with his hands behind his head. So this is the life of the strong, huh? When a simple wave of a hand can cause that much destruction. It's a very suffocating lifestyle. He mutters, whatever, next point. Hector suddenly says energized beyond testing the changes in potency of these powers when used by Hector's strong body. There is also the need to verify the interaction of certain powers in a universe different from their origin. Most of the time that was not a worry because the powers mostly affect Hector or create small changes, but what about certain high-level concepts? The world. Hector says under his breath. It happened in an instant. The world gains a slight shade of gray and everything stops moving. In a certain range of Hector. A nerf? It's more complicated than that. He says to himself, in truth, this is the best-case scenario. He smiles when the time-stop effects wear off. Hector noticed that he didn't stop time of everything, but just in a certain, rather, large range around him. I don't feel the power weaker than when I used it in the JoJo world. This only means one thing. The JoJo universe helps its own powers and that buff is not working here. That's the true power of the world. He rightly assumes. Thinking about it, it's a little ridiculous that a city-level vampire can stop the time of the entire universe. The power scaling is going crazy. He puts a hand under his chin to think. Dr. Manhattan once said that the universe is likely written in a computer code and magic is when someone exploits the scraps. So in the world of JoJo must have something like a stand, the world equals, range, 0, are less than equal to infinity/field, universal. He guesses, the world is part of the universe law so it's on the code to work that way. It's similar to the infinity stones. They are like game master keys to the code of creation. Powers that affect concepts like time, reality, and soul would be considered viruses. They could really mess up things, so it's not surprising that it didn't work as intended, but is good enough that the world is not being completely rejected and turned useless like the Infinity Stones when they are in another universe. In truth, creating a time stop bubble is good. Imagine using this power and stopping time on all the universe and the GM, Red Living Tribunal, come to slap me away of existence. He laughs mirthlessly. This nerf, in truth, will allow Hector to use the power not only as a last measure, to use as the world, again, paying more attention and trying to create a smaller bubble. His heightened senses allow him to hear the sound effects and see the time shockwave expanding to stop time around him. That's cool. And the smaller the bubble, the longer the duration of the time stop? Makes sense. He thinks while observing. Being capable of creating a time stop bubble of any size is good news. All thanks to his good control and periodic training. He makes more tests with other similar powers. This travel also has this objective, because there's no higher being here to watch him. Well, that's interesting. But too bad. He comments after coming back from a trip around the multiverse of One Piece. Using D4C, he went to check the works of a multiverse. Watch everything clearly to deepen his understanding. It was an eventful and fruitful trip, but he couldn't find a universe with a more advanced timeline. So I really can't have Kanjuru's fruit. Whatever. I thought he would be like Marvel. But all are the exact fuck same. He visited 33 universes and there's literally no change on them. Maybe he didn't visit enough. Maybe he is unlucky, or maybe D4C prioritizes universes closer to the one that is the starting point. I remember really going far to search for a universe with the same signature as those alternative versions of the X-Men that we met on Limbo. I hope it was the right one. He thinks for an instant before moving on to the next topic. About the fruits. The Moa Moa no Mi more fruit is a miss. Hector sighs regretfully but is not that annoyed. Everything is on his expectations, and as a pessimistic guy, he always waits for the worst-case scenario. The Moa Moa no Mi is a non-canonical devil fruit that can be considered one of the most broken of the series. Capable of multiplying the size of any object 100-fold and even the speed of the user. And is theorized that can increase other stats 100-fold too. If this power worked properly on Hector, would be game over. But as expected, a power from a lower world couldn't keep up with Hector's physical prowess. The man is literally stronger than this universe. His speed isn't exactly multiplied by 100 as advertised. There's a cap after reaching a certain point. It's like a beginner's skill that can't keep up with a high-level character. At this point, you need to learn the superior version. Hector says while trying to calculate how much his speed increases while using the power, if it's like this then. The same will happen if I unlock the ability to multiply my strength. Instead of 100x actual STR, it's more like 100x limit OP STR plus actual STR. What would not be so bad actually? What are the limits of strength here again? Whitebeard? Gaining the strength of 100 Whitebeards is okay too. And my body probably can't handle 100 times my power either. I would be like Deku. And the power will evolve. At some point we'll reach the point of singularity with my body. And there's power boost cards too. He shrugs. Hector then decides to try something. He gives a step and blurs away, starts speeding around the island. He then increases his speed, boosting it. Then he stops the boosts, slowing down. Then he uses gear shift. He continues like that, changing gears and boosts. His movements are completely ridiculous. It looks like a glitch video game character. He doesn't need to apply force to stop his momentum and change speed. Completely breaking the laws of physics, but what is powers if not breaking the laws of physics? Or at least manipulating it. That alone is worth all. He says after pausing, fighting me must be a nightmare. He sits on the ground again, and about the Logias. Hector raises his two hands, they shine in a golden light. I think light would be the only one that is minimally effective, but even so. He says while doing some tests. While Logia users can be considered invincible in this world, beyond in certain circumstances, that was far from truth to Hector. And the ability to become untouchable, it's not that appealing to him. Going in layers, like in many media, the elements would have some weaknesses easily exploitable. And the material would even be weaker than his own body. Why would he turn his body into something weaker than him and with an obvious weakness? Turning into sand so that water can neutralize him? Or fire turn him into glass? Even lightning, which is not a physical thing, has a weakness. So, observing the options, only light would be a good alternative. But even light isn't completely safe. He wouldn't put to the side the chance of some energy projection attacks from Marvel being capable of hitting him while he is made of light. During the fight against Thor, to teleport the Mjolnir away, he turned his arm into mist. The power and electricity of Thor's attack were enough to pulverize the mist, breaking the molecules and destroying his arm. Even when mist should have been something untouchable. Much better to simply tank with my body then. He concludes, if necessary I just need to open spaces on my body so that the attack can go through. Or simply use Kitty's intangibility. He decides. It's important to decide beforehand because Hector has a problem. He has too many options. The infinity choices can maybe make him freeze in indecisiveness. Like Gojo Suru once said, it's ironic, isn't it? When granted everything you can't do anything, so he is already putting on his mind how he will act in the future in those scenarios. He is an overthinker. Thinks too far ahead, about all possibilities, using his knowledge of the fictional world to create simulations and put himself in these situations. There's also the yami yami no mi, darkness fruit. Hector says remembering something he heard in his other life. About a certain nerf that the author himself gave to the fruit. The darkness fruit is a logia, but different from the other logias it didn't make the user untouchable. In truth, it's the opposite. It sucks everything, even attacks. This is the canon version. In a certain guidebook, Oda confessed that the original draft of the darkness fruit would be very ridiculous. He commented that the darkness fruit would act exactly like the other logias but with something more. Beyond being untouchable, it would absorb/eat the attacks, like an abyss, and return it, maybe even stronger. The attacks would sink on the user's body and he would be capable of reflecting it. Oda commented that this would make Blackbeard strong enough to solo the 3 admirals. Eventually, the idea didn't pass and the fruit is nerfed, but with power boost cards, maybe I can upgrade it to the earlier versions envisioned by the author himself. Hector comments now he just needs to wait till his body strengthens the power at the limit before using the power boost cards. Test his theory. And he is becoming even more difficult to deal with. Later crunch Hector eats some snacks while watching a simulation battle between All Might and Garp. The two are in their prime. As expected, Garp still takes it. But All Might is giving a lot of trouble. He comments while taking a sip from his drink, now, what if All Might awaken all the quirks in one for all? He restarts the battle simulation. Is there a point in doing that, Master? You can already calculate those situations in your mind. Cortana asks curiously, Slurp, well, I'm a sucker to power scaling. He admits, and now that I have the chance of really know who can beat who even when they're from different animes. I will make death battle simulations, yes ma'am. Okay then, if you're having fun. She concedes, you act like that, but did you know that Goku can beat most anime verses unironically? With the exceptions of people like Featherine, Hajuin, and Madoka. It's stated that if you have enough ki you can defend yourself from hacks with it. So yeah, Goku that is hundreds of times stronger than his version of the Scion Saga, that can already destroy the Earth, would indeed beat your favorite mountain level guy with the power to do some bullshit. Like Wonder of You, many Stern Ridders, and the list goes on. Hector says like a nerd. Anyway, this gave me an idea. I plan to watch a simulation battle between All Might if he could learn Haki and Garp, but I will do that later. Hector jumps to his feet and moves away. By the way, All Might would absolutely have Conqueror's Haki. He raises his finger. Hello, Virgo. Hector greets the man bound in a table with a smile. The ex-subordinate of Doflamingo glares at him, asking himself why he is still alive. Law cut him and won the battle, he would only need to cancel his power to kill him. Hector discreetly saved the guy for certain experiments. After all, he is scum. Well, I would like you to use your full-body armament Haki now. Hector smiles at him. Virgo only glares at him. I'm trying to be nice here, you know? If you do what I'm telling you to do, I will finally kill you. Hector says generously. Virgo only spats in his direction. Hector narrows his eyes, but his smiles widen inversely proportional. It appears that you assume that you still have the luxury of choice. He laughs before touching the head of Virgo. His head unfurls like a book to Hector. Heaven's door. You know, I have a power called Forced Power Activation. It's a trump card where I can force people on contact to activate their powers at my will. Hector explains while passing the pages on Virgo's face. The thing is, hockey depends on will, so controlling you with mind control would mess my experiment so. He raises a pen and starts writing on Virgo. He scribbles the man's history and mind, and writes new things before finally closing his face. That's probably one of the most fucked up things I've ever done. He comments, Virgo, use full body armament hockey. Like a robot, Virgo obeys him. Hector hums to himself before touching Virgo's face again. Oh. He smiles in surprise. Ha! So hockey is really effective against other powers beyond the devil fruit ones. I knew that something was weird while fighting Big Mom. He exclaims. But it's only like 5–10% effective. Is it because it's not programmed to work in powers out of this universe? Must be it. Hector puts a hand on his chin. Even so, if I have a strong enough hockey, I can have a fight chance against any type of hacks. The names are even similar. Using willpower to resist powers is not that weird in the Omniverse, or even using your own vitality and physical strength either. All Might resisted a lot of weird powers from All for One with his physical prowess alone. Saitama and Garou too. The Viltrumites can resist even atomic manipulation thanks to their body structure and bioelectric aura. He paces around the room thinking. Hockey is a surprisingly unfair power system, but still too low level. Can I really bring it to a level that would be effective against strong powers out there? Try to see the difference. Hector says to Cassandra and Seiko before pointing his finger to a boulder close. Right now, they're on a desert island. And Hector is giving them some lessons. Hector repeats the word bang 5 times and 5 identical holes appear on the boulder at a distance. Seiko and Cassandra look at the holes the size of his finger, totally identical. Any difference on them? Hector asks again. You used different techniques, right? Seiko jumps to the conclusion. Yes, one is an advanced form of Shingon, another is a mana bullet, another is using an electromagnetic pulse, another is with aura, another is a meta power. It's good that you noticed the difference in techniques. Now, any difference in the result? No. Seiko shakes her head. Exactly. The lesson here is that by using many methods we can accomplish the same result. So there's no need for you to delve deeply into many disciplines. You can study them to know how to battle them. But it's a waste of time. He says, "Don't you do it?" Cassandra points at Hector. Yes, but I'm different. I'm not saying that I'm better, Cassandra. You're a martial genius too. I bet you can learn all these battle power systems easily, but it would be time-consuming when you could instead become the best in something else. And there's another issue. Another. Seiko turns to him. I think the more common term used would be chi deviation, but is basically the conflict of different energies inside your body. My body is special. A cheat really, so it's not a problem with me. But even I don't risk learning. And awakening many types of inner powers left and right. I learned Nin that way, but the rest I waited for at least a card to assimilate. Hector explains one of the reasons Hector decided to assist first-time characters like Tsunade and the others instead of trying to replicate the Nin method, so that the different energies in his body didn't clash. But we learned from you. Haki. Seiko nods, understanding. Yes. Maybe will not be so bad. Many of these powers are a derivate of the same thing. Vitality, mental power, or these things everyone has. He shrugs, but who knows? There are some worlds of martial arts that people train many types of chi. Murim, they call themselves. Fire chi, peach blossom chi, virtuose chi, sword chi, etc., etc. They can die if they mix different types of chi. And pay attention, that is on the same world. Imagine different power systems from different universes. Cultivation systems? They nod at him. He continues, hockey is very useful and very versatile. They are good starting disciplines. Don't worry, I will help you guys in the future or simply give you a card. By the way, are you focusing on Hammon? He asks them, a little. Seiko says Cassandra raises her hand to show a yellow aura around her hand. Not that appealing to use with a sword? Hector asks Seiko after patting Cassandra's head. Seiko nods. I can understand, learning swordsmanship here in this universe must be more interesting. I just remembered that the universe where the breathing techniques originated is very similar to the universe where Hammon originated. So maybe Hammon is not that different from the sun breathing, and maybe you can learn it if you study Hammon. Just saying. Hector explains. Siko nods and puts more thought into it. Now, Siko, you must have understood the ridiculous of the swordsmanship here. Even without hockey, they can send flying slashes. Yes, converging their own vitality/stamina in some sort of sword aura. With time and training, they can exteriorize it. Siko comments. It's similar to Nen, but not as versatile. As expected. I think those things come from your lifestyle, you know? How so? Everyone has stamina and vitality to use, but the ones that can use these with swords dedicated themselves to that. Trained a lot. I think not even Roger can give a slash that can cleanly cut a mountain like my hawk. He continues, it's like your actions, dedication, and state of mind creates a seed that allows you to transform that inner energy in sword chi. There are similar examples in the cultivation worlds and Murim worlds. Train on volcanoes to have fire chi, be a Buddha to use their techniques, etc., etc. Well, there are exceptions, normally the bullshit MCs that can do everything without specializing in anything. Wait, that's me. Hector thinks, let me give you an example about this whole lifestyle, fight style thing. Hector sits down, you know, I killed a lot of people. Like dozens of thousands. Hector confess, so beyond all the guilt and all that jazz, I can use these experiences to convert in killing intent and use it on a technique and even on magic. Hector says to illustrate it. Hector's gaze suddenly hardens. Cassandra and Siko instantly felt shivers. The air appears to solidify and is a little hard to breathe. At a distance is possible to see birds flying away. Beasts roar, and if they pay attention, some sea creatures create waves as they change routes in fear. Hector's gaze goes back to normal and everything follows suit. See, I didn't use conquerors or Ren. Only killing intent. In some cultivation/Murim worlds, people really go on the path of slaughter to cultivate, massacring millions of people to sharpen themselves. Hector says, a strange look on his face while he remembers something. Little flashback. Hector's inner world. Hector's mental projection walks through the vast expanse of still water before he suddenly sinks into this sea of consciousness. He is coming to organize his mind and meditate to get himself closer to his own assimilations. While his body sinks, an uncountable number of specters swim around him and start attacking him like hungry ghosts. Hector remains unfazed while they pull his hair and clothes and try to claw his flesh out of his bones. Sometimes sucks to have a good memory. He comments while a specter grabs his cheek with a hand. They can't hurt him. In truth, they are his second line of defense in his mind. And they're formed by the memories of all the people he killed. He looks around, recognizing every one of them. There are even some fragments of the wills of people from whom he stole the powers. Enough! He finally says while frowning, and the specters disperse like a shockwave hit them. I only let you guys exist because you all can be useful in the future. He comments before continuing to sink, reaching the depths of his mind. When creating a mental mindscape, using things directly related to you is always the best option. Emma Frost probably has a diamond palace on her mind. Jean must or will have flames. Even using things like your phobias as mental constructs to defend yourself is useful. Clowns, spiders, whatever. So Hector uses these memories of dead people as a second line of defense, remembering that the first line is simply a ridiculously large area to tire the intruder. Back to Hector, Siko, and Cassandra. It's useful in magic too, you know? Hector says certain spells can be empowered by blood, killing intent, resentment. He comments, if one day he wants, he can use these specters as fuel for some dark magic. I explained to you guys about intent and will while teaching about hockey. Remember that is easy to bring these things when you lived it yourself. Someone who has never killed anyone can have the killing intent because he can have the intention to kill, but will be ridiculously weak compared to someone who lived through the experience. The same with a sword. Someone that has a strong desire, a dream even to be a great swordsman, can have sword chi even if he never touched a sword, but if compared with someone that swings his training sword every day. Hector trails off and doesn't conclude. He remembers of Zoro's childhood Violet. It's the whole talent versus hard work again. He sighs, I bet some innocent child out there must have the talent to be an incredible assassin even without having killed anyone. But without the will and intent, will remains only as an untouched potential. This is an example. Maybe Tsukasa will unlock the cooking intent. There's a world where good cooks can hear the voice of ingredients, your experiences, and will mold your path. He let them think about it. By the way, do you guys know that taboos can taint your soul and you can weaponize it too? Taboos can come from the world and from yourself. Let me explain. Hector moves to the next part of the lesson. You really need to live with a clear conscience to progress. To be continued? Ayan, hello again. Then we have it. Halfway through writing this fanfic, I noticed the difficult imbalance, a multiverse fanfic. I talked about in the past how an absolute power in a universe won't necessarily be absolute. Giving an example of a lightsaber versus Captain America's shield. It's the whole unstoppable force against an unmovable object. In this chapter, you guys can see my take on this question. I think I can make a somewhat fair power scaling. I doubt that will please everyone. Many people AHS their own headcanons. It's okay. Just keep in mind that is my take. If you want to give your own opinion about the subject, feel free to do so. Damn, I really need to make a Discord. Sincerely, I didn't expect the fanfic to get this complex. First-time writer after all. This brings me back to some comments in the past about the unnecessary act of giving my MC power manipulation when he already has the gacha. You know? I thought thrice about it before the travel to the Hero Academia world. I thought about the pros and cons, about the difficulties that will be created in writing, and decided to go for it nonetheless. Because that would be something I would do. So what people will not like? Too overpowered? Lost the way? Whatever. I will treat it as a challenge to myself. Try to keep the story interesting even with a really OP MC. I hope I'm doing okay. Let's enjoy the ride. It's Marvel. The universe has a big power ceiling. And even if he became too OP, I can end the story and make spin-offs in other universes. Damn, maybe I'm good in this writing thing. Anyway, before you guys ask, there will be the true chapter this week yet. This is a extra. Bye till next time. World of Pirates, Part 09 Disclaimer. I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. You must understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. Miyamoto Musashi. Recap. In the last chapter, Hector finally defeats Kaido and the Beast Pirates to free Wano. But he was confronted with an unexpected question that make him rethink a lot of things. Kazuki Hiyori POV. Some days before I think I'm in love. That can only be the only explanation. I never felt like that, and maybe I'm wrong. But it should be something close. I can instinctively feel it. There's this throb in my chest when I think about him and a surprising urge to treat him well so that he has a good impression of my person. I never cared about that before. I, many times, said sweet nothings to stupid and evil men. But if worked. If not, I go to the next. There's no lack of stupid men out there after all. But I never failed, even if I never tried hard. But now I'm nervous about failing to make him like me. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I only had some talks with him after all. But watching him take those lashes made my heart go to my mouth. I almost could feel the pain too. At that moment I knew that this was not a transitory feeling. Especially when I went to give him some medicine for his back and we talked a little. Just a little talk was enough to confirm my feelings. But there's a problem. Another woman. Busujima Siko is her name. A Wano name, but I never heard of her. At that moment I felt like she saw right through me. I think she was his lover, but even so, she only smirked for an instant at me before following Hector-sama like she always does. Was that a display of superiority? A challenge? You look exactly like your mother. I hear an aged voice behind me. Turning around I see the old friend of my father, Rayleigh. Rayleigh-san, right? I'm sorry that I can't recall you very well. I confess regretfully. I know that my family embarked on Roger's ship in the past. Ha. No problem at all. He laughs. You were just a baby after all. This is a little awkward, but I would gladly hear stories of that time, Rayleigh-san. I can't remember anything after all, only that I've been on a ship. I see some sadness flashing through his old eyes. I'm sorry for everything that you've been through, Hiyori. He finally says, it's no excuse, but we only knew about Odin's death years after it happened. And everyone was already separated. It was the second saddest day of my life. I bit my lip to hold back my tears. I remember when I was a little. My father was always a strong man who could hold the world on his shoulders. But when he read the news of Roger's execution, he cried like a child. I will never forget that. I remember crying too, even without understanding why. But he smiled too between the tears. I watched this old and battle-hardened warrior take off his glasses and hold his eyelids. Yes, my father lived a good life if he was loved by so many. A pity was too short. The problem of getting old is that you leave so many behind. He sighs heavily before looking at me. I can say for sure that Odin and Toki would be proud of the woman you became. And I only heard a little about you. He gives me a warm smile. I nod slowly, once again holding some tears. Words like that coming from people who know my parents always hit deeply. Swish, but we don't have time to continue our talk when a hashi flies in Rayleigh-san's direction like a hidden weapon, but is caught by him between his two fingers effortlessly. Oi, save some tears for later. Tonight you should be happy. Hector-sama's voice hits us while he shouts from the distance. Below him a huge pot while he cooks something. Odin himself said that there's no need to cry or remember him like that. Just talk about him over a sake cup should be enough. He is surrounded by a lot of people while adding some things to the giant hot pot. Now, come savor my Odin. I'm sure it will make all of you forget how to cry. He exclaims while adding some seasoning by rubbing his fingers strangely. Hiyori-sama, I took a bowl to you. Komatsu calls me, showing me the empty bowl. The rest is around Hector while he finishes his dish, almost in line to taste it. For some reason, that Odin tasted like a happy memory. I have fallen for the right man. After the fire festival, Hector-sama personally visits all of Wano. The decrepit villages, bandits' hideouts, factory slums. He also forced the ex-subordinates of Kaido to apologize to the people there personally. And he, true to his way of taking responsibility, knelt together with them while asking the people of Wano to forgive and try to create something better together. He is more than simply strong, even if he acts brash, confident, and carefree sometimes. He has that sense of responsibility and acts humble and selfless too. A little like my father when he humiliated himself all these years ago, thinking that Orochi would keep his word. I'm strong, so I can shoulder what you weaklings can't. Hector said to the pirates, but remember that I'm still investigating you all. Better confess your wrongdoing now. When I discover that any of you did something outrageous like mess with women and children. He threatens while looking at them coldly. He at least is not naive like my father. Or maybe the word is optimistic. He must have seen a lot at such a young age. The days passed and he even cleaned the rivers and lands of toxicity and pollution using a green pearl. And even cured the people that are affected by the smiles. This only made him even more loved by the people here, and eventually, the temporary position of shogun fell to him. His annoyed face at that time made me giggle, foo-foo. So it should be here. Hector-sama says in an area full of debris. The graves of my family and the rest of the red scabbards close to us. Right now we are in the Kuri region. My previous home in Hector-sama is explaining something of utter importance to us. In more or less 2 years, they should appear here, so this area must be free. He says, the Toki no Mi, time fruit, has time-based powers, duh. But is limited to traveling forward in time. You all better than anyone must know that Toki-san is someone from the past. We and the rest look between ourselves. The only ones who truly know everything are my mother and father. Mother never talked much about her power or past. In less than 2 years, huh? What a relief. Denjiro didn't doubt Hector-sama's words and sighs in relief, all of them. Inuarashi asks, yep. Momonosuke, Kinemon, Kikunajo, Reizo, and the traitor Kanjuro. Hector says heavily he already revealed this piece of information, but it's still hard to believe, Hector-san. Komatsu exclaims, we've been through a lot together. Inuarashi says in a low voice, we ate, fought, and cried together. Nekomamushi adds Hector-sama. On his part shrugs his shoulders, I don't care if you believe in me. When he appears, he should send some animal paints immediately. This can confirm it. I'm not surprised that is hard to believe. But scrap your brains to remember the times when the enemy always appears to be one step ahead of you guys. Hector-sama says nonchalantly, anyway, it's not that weird that you all haven't noticed anything. The guy was a psychopath and an actor. He lived that role wholeheartedly. He would have died with your guys if Orochi hadn't said anything to make him stop. Attitude is the mask of the heart. And someone without a heart can act whatever they want. I know a guy like that. Hector-sama adds while he walks around the place. He appears to be searching or at least waiting for something. Everyone is silent. I think some are already accepting it in their heart, but find it hard to acknowledge it loudly. You know someone like that? I can't help but ask. He turns to me for a moment before going back to stare at a certain point. My sensei. He was an evil guy who saw the whole world as a story where he was the ultimate villain. Similar to how Kanjuro sees the world as his stage, but different from Kanjuro, my sensei had a god complex. This. Strange that someone like that is your sensei. Inuarashi says, yeah. It's complicated. He doesn't say more about the subject. Oh, found it. Now multiplying, Mr. Blue Sky, and using an illusion to cover them so that everyone can see, and with moody blues. I hear him muttering, let's watch how that day went, shall we? He turns to us. I'm wiping my tears again. I've been crying a lot these days. I need to control myself. I'm a samurai, Odin's daughter. Hector just used some power to show an illusion of that night 18 years ago. Poor Momonosuke-sama. Komatsu is also crying a little. He suffered too much at such a young age. Nekomamushi can't hold it and cries to the sky. Yes, and he will reappear as a traumatized brat again. So you guys must know what to do, right? Hector-sama intervenes and says strongly, we need to start making a better Wano when Momonosuke-sama inherits the shogunate. Yasui-sama confirms Hector-sama's words with a strong nod. He is not acting like a fool anymore, except with Otoko-chan. We should reform this castle. Hector-sama comments while looking at Curry below us. A symbol is good to boost morale. We don't have Momonosuke, the male heir, so this should be enough for 2 years. He advises before turning to us. A discussion about the theme develops between them, but an idea suddenly strikes me. No male heir. Curry was the region of my father, of the branch of the Kazuki family that my father created after being exiled. My brother will inherit the position of shogun of all Wano. There's no one to inherit Curry. I give Hector-sama a side glance while he creates a circle where my brothers and the others will reappear. His illusion showed the exact moment when they simply vanished. But for some reason, Hector-sama's gaze continues to narrow while he looks to a certain empty space close. But I don't care about it now. The idea continues to grow on me, and the more I think about the more sense it makes. I talked with the retainers of the Kazuki family and Yasui-san about my plan. They are the people closer to me and the ones who can give me guidance. Surprisingly, or not so, they agreed that it is a good plan from a pragmatic point of view. And teased me a little when they made sure that it was a good plan from an emotional point of view too. I can't help but blush a little remembering they making fun of me. But I will not cower away from my feelings either, so I walk alone first to deal with the first barrier. I'm a samurai daughter after all. Busujima-san? I knock on the door. You can enter, Kazuki-san. Her voice comes from inside. Hector-sama group is hosted in a corner of the Shogun Castle in the Flower Capital. It's a small place, but it has a beautiful and calm backyard where he relaxes with his dog and his woman. Their relationship is not a secret to anyone. I enter and see Busujima-san alone. A bonsai? I start with small talk. She was on the porch of the house, sitting in a seiza while tending a bonsai carefully. She chuckles while I sit in front of her. One of these days Hector was planting rice with some old ladies. She starts. I remember that. It was cute seeing him interact with the grandmas. I asked him why he was doing such menial tasks. I mean, he could have planted that in an instant, but he was doing it normally. She cuts a small branch of the bonsai while talking. He didn't answer at that time, only shrugged and continued to listen to the old ladies about how to plant rice appropriately. Later, give me this bonsai. She cuts another branch. I understand now. There's a certain appeal in doing tasks calmly like that. It's like resting, but different from simply lazing around and sleeping. Better, she says with a small smile. Busujima-san is really a beautiful girl. But I think I'm more. Chimpf. So Hector-san shouldn't have complaints, right? Right? He is wise beyond his age. I say to her story, yes he is. She agrees easily, the best man in the world. And beyond. And he doesn't even notice it. She adores him. I keep my silence while Busujima-san also doesn't make an effort to continue the conversation. She continues to tend to her bonsai, but she doesn't send me away either. I guess it's my turn to bring up the subject. The best way is to be direct. I want to marry him. I reveal that good luck. She takes her eyes from the small tree for an instant before she nods at me. Duddy, is that it? I frown at her. Well. She trails off. Are you asking for permission? Advice? Declaring that you will steal him from me? She looks into my eyes with a dead serious expression. I don't want to steal him. I hope we can come to a consensus, and I don't want to be ungrateful to you too and hurt the two of you. I try to say, but she suddenly laughs. Foo-foo. Sorry. I was just trying to act like him a little. She smiles broadly. She was teasing me. Let's talk from woman to woman. What are your intentions with my man? She continues with her broad and teasing smile. Right, I practiced it in my head. I want to marry him to secure the Kazuki bloodline. Our child would inherit Kuri. No. She interrupts me. It's okay that you're thinking ahead, and it's good that you're being direct, but this will not work with him. Just say that you like him and don't see yourself with any other man. Isn't this what you're thinking right now? She smiles broadly again. I blush a little for having my thoughts read so easily. Foo-foo. It's not that I'm that good at reading people, it simply makes sense. Again, he is the best man that exists. She once again laughs. A princess of the country he saved asking to marry him. Foo-foo. He walked right on this cliché. That you don't appear annoyed by it. If he accepts and he marries me, you would be like a concubine. I was thinking that we could marry him together to avoid it. I say, but she looks at me with a strange expression. Before turning to look at the yard. A concubine, huh? I like this a little. It's hot. Then she turns fast to me. I mean ***, we have a lot to talk about, Kazuki-san. She says, acting more seriously. About what? Oh, sorry to say this, but you're never gonna be the first. She says seriously, doesn't matter if you marry him with an official ceremony and all that. If you can't accept it now, just go away, forget about it, and I will forget that we had this talk. The truth is, you don't know 10% of Hector. And maybe we'll never know. He talked about going away in 2 months, right? It's much deeper than that. How so? Really going away. To never come back. Being sincere, I would like you to succeed in convincing because it would tie him to this world. He created so many good connections and memories, I think would be a pity that they become just that. Memories. She says with a heavy gaze. I don't understand completely, but she doesn't elaborate. This must be some serious secret that only Hector can reveal. Why is he going away? Is that serious? I'm ready to raise our kid alone for years, if necessary, till he comes back. It's not that weird. But never coming back? Never? I can feel my heart shattering. I can't give up so easily like that. I'm okay for him to stay away. I can wait decades for him. But I want him. It appears that you've made your resolve. Busujima-san takes me off my thoughts. Why are you helping me? I finally ask. She is sincerely helping me. She looks at me with a serious expression. Again, he is an amazing guy. And I think he deserves everything of good the world has to offer. The seriousness left her face and she gave me a sly smile, even princesses. I know I'm pouting now. Another one that is teasing me. Sorry, but you're gonna have a hard time if you have no resistance against this, you know? He loves teasing. She says, now, let's plan how you will approach this. First, don't play games and don't try to seduce, you don't have time and will not work. Just be direct. She suddenly remembers something and says, he will absolutely reject you by the way. What? Hector Povey, choose someone is plotting against me. Fucking anime world. Anyway, let me continue fighting my greatest enemy to this day. Paperwork. I continue to scribble orders and plans to pass to my temporary subordinates. Construction plans, execution orders, transfer of money, messages with the proofs of that guy being corrupted, and this is only Wano. I forgot that Kaido has a fourth of the New World as his territory. I can't let his subordinates go on a rampage because I defeated him. Luckily, I have Yamato to keep these guys on a leash even if I don't go personally. Yes, I can do everything alone. But if there's one thing I learned from All Might's mistakes is that sometimes you need to tone down your effectiveness to allow people to grow. And now that I'm helping, I'm going all the way to make this country better for that little shit Momonosuke. Now I will make a plan to distribute the wealth of this country. The flower capital is literally the 1% here. First, roads, then we work on the fields. I already cleaned the rivers, and I will not waste the people who learned smithing during their slavery. It's awful, but it's useful and many don't know anything more, 18 years after all. So it's not good to close all the factories, but I will stop producing weapons. I need to deal with the connection with the world government. Previously was Doflamingo that was the proxy, maybe the cipher pole will come to negotiate. I will periodically use N to check the blue nipples HM. I pause, Kona, don't suddenly show me nudes of you while I'm working. Sorry, master, she says apologetically, but not apologetically, I was just organizing my archives, damn it should have been a surprise. She sighs and pouts, as if I would believe you. I roll my eyes. She's a teaser, I know now. But you're working so hard, master, she answers coyly. You are spending a lot of time doing boring jobs. Isn't this a vacation for you? Well, in the end, Cortana always prioritizes me. Don't worry, it's also a learning experience. I say to her, I'm learning a little more about responsibility too. I comment and remember my last talk with Kaido. Little flashback. Where did I start to go wrong? The quadrisected Kaido asks from the ground, his eyes temptingly staring at the sky. Hector, that was already going away, turns back to him. Damn, are you some kind of troll? He asks, looking at the guy who is surviving only with his head, heart and lungs. Surviving for 30 more seconds at least. Hector steps on him to keep him alive a little more with some vitality. I don't know if this is a rhetorical question, but if you want to know I can give my thoughts. Kaido stares at them. You became too much like the things you originally hated. Hector points accusingly. I researched about your backstory. The champion of a country that was eventually sold by the high-ups to the world government. I can understand why you are angry. Betrayed by the ones that ordered you, sold form benefits, treated like a bargaining chip. I can also understand your anger toward these people that just stay on their thrones or behind desks ordering us to be killed while they play wars, unaffected by the horrors of it. War is a place where the young kill one another without knowing or hating each other, because of the decision of old people who know and hate each other, without killing each other. Hector quotes, you think at least war is fair, right? If everyone participates in it. You want to drag those old bastards from their ivory towers and throw them on the muddy shitty ground to fight for their lives too. I can understand the feeling absolutely. I felt like that sometimes. Your vision of freedom is the one that you grab with your own hands, your own strength. The law of the jungle. The fairest of them all. Hector shakes his head, but this is not that fair too. There are people that are born with disabilities. Even something like myopia can be a huge disadvantage. This diminishes their chances of survival. Should they die because of something they can't control? Some have great talents in other things. Why should they grab a sword to stab another someone? War sucks. I watched All Quiet on the Western Front. War is not a place of glory. It's dirty. The ones that could fight should fight to allow the ones that couldn't live a good life and contribute to society in another aspect. Imagine the waste of someone like Nikola Tesla dying on a trench. People have different talents, and as the strong, we should nurture and protect them. That's why I said that I will create a world where everyone at least has a chance. You started well, but eventually in your wrenched vision filled with hate, you started dismissing everyone that doesn't equate with your ideals of strength as a lesser being. Exactly like the kings that you hate so much. Freedom without responsibility is only self-indulgence. Kaido, king of the beasts. Hector looks down on him and says strongly, and in this world, self-indulgence is a poison that weakens you. You Big Mom and Blackbeard all become weaker and will never reach their full potential because you only indulge yourself. Roger, Odin, Whitebeard, Luffy. They are strong because they have something to fight for. They said that you grow a lot when you have it. Hector pauses. I'm still searching for mine. Anyway, you at some point got closer to the world noble's lifestyle than the pirate path. Hector sighs and starts to turn away, or you die a hero, or live long enough to see yourself become the villain, huh? He walks away letting Kaido to die finally. Back to Hector POV, freedom without responsibility is only self-indulgence. I repeat myself out loud, noblesse oblige. Now that I saved them, they are my responsibility. If you're okay with that. Cortana concedes, more than okay, Cortana. I smile while writing boring letters. I feel good doing that. Knock knock, Hiyori and the others? Enter. True to my senses, Hiyori, Denjiro, Kamatsu, and Yasui entered my temporary office. Sit. I gesture in front of my table. What is so important that all of you need to come at the same time? And they are a little tense. I have something to discuss, Hector-sama. Something to ask for in truth. Hiyori is the one leading the conversation. Go on. No need to make a ceremony, you can ask anything. I say and offer some tea to them, heating it with my powers. I take a sip of the tea, it's good. These samurai people are very shy to ask for things. I can understand. Would you please marry me? Hiyori says blurg, say what? Am I finally going crazy? She takes a deep breath and repeats, Hector-sama, could you please marry me and give me a child? She goes even further, blushing. The room is silent after that. My mouth is still open but all the tea has already fallen from it. I glance at the other people and no one gives me anything that this is a joke. No, they would not joke about that. And this is not something thought on a whim either. The fact that Kawamatsu and Denjiro, who took care of Hiyori, are somewhat her closest guardians, and Yasui, the guy with the most political influence and acumen, are here, is enough for me to deduce they are deadly serious. So I will treat this seriously too. Fixing my posture, I cross my arms and put on my cold face. I can understand where it came from. But elaborate. I talk business. I was waiting for Yasui or Denjiro to talk about continuing the bloodline or whatever, but Hiyori opened her mouth first. It's because I like you, she declares strongly, putting a hand over her chest, and can't imagine anyone other than you to be my husband. I control the widening of my eyes. This is a little embarrassing. Damn, so that is what those girls feel when I shamelessly say those things to them. **** this. This will not have a happy ending. It's better to explain and cut this idea on the crib. My time here is limited. I will eventually go back to my hometown and never come back. I only have 2 months left. After that, only a life of solitude awaits for you. I don't mind. She interjects again. If is not you, will not be anyone. I'm ready to spend the rest of my life as a maiden. What the hell? Where does this stubbornness come from? Oh yeah, Hiyori in truth is a tomboy problematic brat. She only knows how to act like a proper lady now. Her words shock her people too. They appear to want to say something but decide otherwise. You say this now. I dismiss her with a wave of my hand. In some years you could find someone good enough. Like Zoro. Wait, Zoro has childhood friend issues and alcohol problems too. Yep, this world is hard for women. and the many cases of them simply abandoning the family. I'm serious. She says again, what do I need to do to make you believe me? Nothing. I'm still surprised that you thought that I would accept that easily. We barely knew each other. I sigh, but I'm beautiful, so you should be happy, right? She suddenly gives a big, innocent, and bright smile. Like that was an excellent argument. Me and the others almost faceplant the floor. Yes, you're beautiful. I admit, but this is not enough to me. She goes to say something more, but Yasui-sen says first, Hector Dano, maybe it's weird to you that we came off so strong. But considering your limited time, we decided to be direct. He says level-headed, feelings can blossom afterward, or do Hiyori-sama has something that displeases you? He talked like an old noble arranging a marriage well. He is. No. There's nothing that displeases me on her. I'm not shy in saying it, but I feel weird seeing her blush astronomically at my declaration. Then nothing. I still need to eventually leave in 2 months, so you're saying to me to accept to play marriage life for 2 months to never again. I interrupt a little more coldly now. I feel like they are ignoring my feelings. Is it that common for people think that a man would be on board to an arranged marriage just because the woman is beautiful? I also have to consider the feelings of my other girls too. My words shut them up a little. There's no way for you to come back. Hiyori asks in a half-despairing, half-pleading tone. That it's not impossible. I admit, it's incredibly tough. It's uncertain and it would take probably years for me to return. In 2 months I will make my feelings reach you. We can be married, I will raise our kid to the best of my abilities and we wait for you for as long as necessary. Hiyori exclaims for one side, that was a very heartfelt declaration. But for another, I narrow my eyes, I think you don't understand what you're asking me. Maybe the culture and common sense of this world made your mind incapable of conceiving what you asking me. I'm angry now. I don't care that they are scared. I don't care that they flinched at my tone. I tried to reject nicely, but being ruthless is necessary sometimes. I start explaining through gritted teeth and narrowed eyes. It will take years for me to return. You're asking me to give up my first kid. You're asking me to miss your pregnancy. Asking me to miss his or her birth. Asking me to not be there to hold him and hear his first cry. Asking me to maybe miss his first words, his first steps, his first birthday. Do you understand what you're asking me now? I glare at them. I stand up to look down on them. Maybe is normal in this world, but is not for me. I have a plan for my life. I'm working hard, acting like a maniac to be strong and solve many problems so that I can create a better future for others and my future family. I take my time to look at them one-on-one. My life is dangerous. When I have my children, my family, I plan to dedicate my everything to them. I don't want to be like those superheroes that juggle the hero's life and personal lives. That's why I'm going 300 mph on this road, without even enjoying the scenario, so that I can reach my destination and stop there with my loved ones. Well, don't bring this topic ever again. I say before walking away, leaving them with complicated expressions. HMPF. Having a child. I'm only 16, almost 17 if counting the months spent using travel tickets, but nonetheless, I'm too young. I walk through the backyard of the castle. The garden is nice and relaxing. Cherry blossom petals fall while I stop over a small bridge. Wano is a funny country. Each region is perpetually in a season. There's a region where it always snows, one that is eternally in summer, the one where Luffy appeared. The flower capital is always in spring, hence the name. I'm too young. I repeat to myself while leaning over the bridge parapet, looking at my reflection in the water below. I'm too young. I'm not wrong in not wanting that responsibility. They have no right to get sad over it. Bad mood? I hear Siko's voice at my side. Something like that. I say and pull her closer by the waist. The people here asked me to marry Hiyori and have a child. I say immediately. I can be a bastard in having a harem, but at least I'm an honest and transparent bastard. I know, Hiyori-sen approached me earlier. She hummed under my caressing, but her words made me give her a double take. She did. This. She is serious, you know? She gives me a look, it doesn't matter. You stole the poor girl's heart, aren't you gonna take responsibility? She asks with a teasing smile. She is 24. And I don't control other people's minds and hearts. I can. But I avoid it. Beyond some healthy misdirection and manipulation, and shouldn't you be jealous, mad, or maybe happy that I refused? Why do I feel that you are on her side? If I was the jealous type, I wouldn't be with you now. Fair, and I don't see the big problem in your giving in. Wouldn't she be a good wife? This is another universe and will only affect your main life as much as you allow it. Could be a good experience. Aren't you all in for new experiences? It's different. I know myself, I can't ditch the responsibility like that. I shake my head. Having separate lives is something that I thought before, but everything is so uncertain. It's simply not the right time for it. I want to have more free time before having children. I want to get stronger so that they can be born strong too. Not everything needs to be planned to the minute details, Hector. She grabs my cheek and looks at my eyes. Even your power is something based on luck. We being together is something born from chance too, right? Is it bad? No. Then maybe will be good for you. The perfect balance in experimenting with it without affecting 100% your life. She argues. But it's my firstborn. I shot back. I don't want to be the cliché anime dad. I joke fufu. People here are very accepting of this. Cliché anime dad behavior. Either Hiyori-san or your child will not resent you. She laughs. Isn't this the best world to do it? Stop using logic. That's my thing. I chuckle at her, and you don't know what my possible child would think. Born and raised without a father. He could be Luffy or he could be Naruto. I'm not letting those things to chance. She grabs my face with her two hands now, holding it more strongly and making me look at her. I don't know the far future, yes. But I know that whatever child was born from you, he or she would be incomparably blessed. He would be lucky to have you as his father even if you were not present earlier in his life. Better to exist than not to exist at all. She gives me a peck on the lips. You don't need to do everything, right? You talked about this to me before. He will be raised well in this country, surrounded by people that will absolutely love him. After this, she turns away and leaves me to my own thoughts. I put my upper body over the bridge parapet again. What did you think, Cortana? I ask my reliable AI lover. You're not wrong, master. She starts, but the other side has good points. It's the type of thing that you will not know for sure till you make a decision. But like you once said, you never know if you're ready. It's a leap of faith. You too using my words and my argumentation techniques against me. I mumble with almost a pout. Cortana's giggles at my words. Damn, I will never win a discussion on my life, huh? I will always be ganged up. Yep, just accept it already. Despite myself, I chuckle again. The child, huh? And I was shit-talking Roger and the others since day one. It came back to bite me on the ass. Is it karma? And what do I say about this trip again? Let's have fun, no strings attached. I cover my face with my hands and grumble again. I don't know for how long I stayed watching the cherry petals fall on the water and create small ripples. But for some reason, I reached in my inventory. The Minecraft inventory. The one with limited slots. Where I let some weapons to quick draw and other important things. And remove a picture from it. In the picture, there's me, Kana and Eri. For some reason, my thoughts went to them. These are. Cortana asks, don't tell, Shago. I smile while explaining after that. I voiced my thoughts, the first world that I visited. At that time I didn't even know if I was really traveling to another multiverse or if my power was simply creating a simulation. I went there to take what I wanted and avoid some disaster as reparation. It was not in the plan, but in the end, I got attached. I look at that picture again. Do you regret it? Absolutely not. I shake my head. I plan to visit there after some years. Initially it was 5, but now I decided to actively try to go back in 2 years. I can't wait that much. In truth, I'm waiting to gain some two-way portal mechanic through the gacha, or a way to put a universe in a pocket dimension, I don't know. If nothing appears, I will dump all my power boost cards in D4C. One of the reasons that I'm frugal with my power boost cards for now. I want to comfortably accumulate at least 100 of them before starting boosting powers with potential. And there's that America Chavez girl too, I can go copy her power. I have a plan, I'm simply taking it easy for now. Then Master, taking another one of your lines, to solve this you just need to ask yourself. Cortana smiles slyly, what option you will not regret in the future? That I don't know. Damn, that's hard. I'm faltering. One part of me wants to say that I can do this later, you know? In another One Piece universe. But it would be the same? It would not be the same Hiyori. It would not be the same circumstances. Arg, this is too hard. I shout to the sky while passing my fingers through my hair, why I can't be a dumb wish fulfillment MC that thinks with the dick? I can hear Cortana laugh. You care too much and take things always too seriously. You know what? I suddenly say, more calmly, I will do the natural masculine response when confronted with the prospect of marriage and kids. Run. Nijirundeo, this shit is a viable strategy. I will think about it away from here. Now I'm far away from Wano. While fleeing I took Makia and Rover on a little trip. Only the boys. No women. A hopeless romantic all my life, surrounded by couples all the time, I sing while playing my guitar on Makia's back. He is swimming in the sea. Really, Master? K-pop now? Your repertoire is really vast. Cortana says, oin oi, don't criticize, I do not like the genre, but some songs are nice. I defend, I gave a second chance to Cupid, but now, I'm left here feeling stupid, if you say so. She rolls her eyes, huh? You're having the privilege of participating in this boy's trip thanks to your short hair that temporarily gives you the tomboy status. Don't abuse. I threaten jokingly, wow, sorry, she rolls her eyes again. And some songs are really not so bad. When I was 14, before moving to America, there was this female friend of mine who showed me K-pop. I disliked more of it, but some went to my playlist. I say, it's weird remembering my past before coming to Marvel. It feels so long. Wait a minute. She was totally on me. I shot from my sitting position. I only noticed now. Men. Whatever. You girls are cuter. I relax again, Cortana. Now. To a boy's trip, there's only a place to go in this world. I stand up and put my hands on my hips, the manliest place. Elbaf. I declare. But wait, let's take Tsukasa too. But before the manliest place. The gayest one. I point in the direction Kamabaka Kingdom I sit down and continue to sing romantic songs, Wenoma Akinsum. Ha 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 asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk. I can't. My stomach hurts. Hector-san. Please. Tsukasa deadpans at me while I try to support myself on a table. Or should I say, Tsukasa-chan? Ha. Don't be like that, Tsukasa-chan. You're cute. I say to the now with breast Tsukasa. She still spots her short hair and her face didn't change much because he was fucking pretty boy before, but her body has the feminine curves. Yujiro Hanma, very breedable. I'm lucky that the assimilations don't influence me this much. If Rindo saw me like that, she would be laughing like you too. She put her face on her hands. Stop acting cute, you bastard. Anyway, Rindo is that wild redhead friend of his in his world, right? She would be a good summon to have, very adventurous. Well, I already expected something like that to happen. Are they bullying you? I say and sit on the table of this pink castle. He sighs. I'll call him for my state of mind. Ivankov-san said that is a good experience to be in the shoes of the other gender. To make better dishes. That Okama bastard is simply a fucking sadic. Suddenly Sanji appears by kicking the window of the room. He is panting and appears to be running from something. So that's why Sanji is so traumatized. He must have passed through something similar as a form of training armament hockey. After learning it, he could disperse the effects of Ivan's devil fruit. But Tsukasa is not a combatant, so he is suffering till now. I side-glance my subordinate. His aura changed a little at least. Is he awakening Nen like Kamugi in Hunter x Hunter? Is his exposure to me and the others affecting him? Sometimes exposure to people with powers makes people awaken power themselves. Sup, Sanji. I greet the cook of the Straw Hats. Where is Ivan? And Bon-chan? Who knows? I hope dead. He exclaims while lighting a cigarette. They left a week ago. So you're like this for an entire week? I turn to Tsukasa and he blushes. Ha. He needs to go to the bathroom like that. Well, Ivan absolutely had hidden intentions, but what he said is not entirely bullshit. Men and women experience taste differently. The hormones and all that. Men have a predisposition to like garlic, for example. I explain. I want to eat some garlic bread now. With a barbecue. Tsukasa sighs. Yes, I felt some differences too. Whatever, we're going on a trip, Tsukasa, but before. I turn to Sanji. Sanji, make me some bentos, I will pass them to the Straw Hats too. I shout at him, who is still hiding in a corner. Oh, I will do my best while thinking about Nami Swan and Robin Chuan. He shoots to his feet and goes wiggling to the kitchen. The guy wouldn't let anyone go hungry. Later, after receiving the food and a lot of letters from Sanji proclaiming his love for Nami and Robin, I am prepared to take Tsukasa away. By the way, why are you avoiding looking at Tsukasa? I ask Sanji with a grin, while he gives me the bentos. It's too confusing. My eyes are lying to my heart. He continues with his eyes closed. I feel you, buddy. Here there are only Harry Okamas, so seeing the cute Tsukasa. This place really tests Sanji's mental fortitude. Here is the payment for the food. I put an envelope on the table like I'm passing some illegal stuff. You don't need to pay anything. He says slowly but checks it nonetheless. His eyes widen and his cigarette falls from his mouth. The man is trembling, his blood rushing through his body at Mach 2. On the envelope are pictures of Nami, Robin, and Vivi. The guy needs to catch a break. Let's go, I say while watching Sanji fainting on the floor but instinctively putting the pictures at some sort of armor around his body. I sincerely have nothing to say. Tsukasa, now back to being a man, gives me his incredible advice about my actual predicament. We are right now navigating on Makia's back. Well, it's not like I was expecting the guy who is a food otaku to be a love guru. I was simply ranting and making him catch up with the news. Can't let my subordinates feel left out, after all. It's okay. By the way, I didn't get to you because I was busy, but later I bring you to Ueno. The food there is similar but not exactly the same to the Japanese. I say to him and he nods. If you marry, I can cook the dishes. He jokes. I laugh after giving him a stink eye. Well, that can only be Elbaf. I deadpan while looking at the approaching island. It was never shown, but the place with a giant Yggdrasil-like tree gives some clues. Sounds very inhospitable. Tsukasa comments, seeing the island full of mountains. It's a place of warriors. Must be a hardened place. I say, we obviously gonna attract attention, so let's barge shamelessly. Maybe eat in a tavern, trap a giant wolf, have a brawl. Please no brawl. Tsukasa sighs. No, the only brawling will be Makia. Me. Makia's voice reverberates to us. I jump on his forehead and looks at him upside down. Yep. Those guys are strong, so train hockey beating and being beaten by them. We are going dojo hunting. I say with a smile. Makia is not dumb, but he is the type to learn by doing. So he is behind Siko and Cassandra in hockey. Time to remedy that. Can't we go in peace? Tsukasa tries to plead with an uncomfortable expression. No. In a Viking setting we need to fight. It's the law. Woof. See? Even Rover agrees. So, you're not gonna do anything? Tsukasa asks me while we are eating some unknown cooked meat with some unknown sauce with an unknown beer. Surprisingly, there are size tables here. He doesn't want to drink, because he is a minor. I'm drinking only to taste it, so he is drinking the milk of some unknown creature too. Nah. We can hear the crash sounds outside and the earthquakes of Makia soloing this village on Elbaf. I throw a piece of meat bigger than a car to Rover. I ask myself if he also has a pocket dimension stomach like Cathalhu. I don't know a lot about this place. Why didn't you tell me a little, old man? I say to the barman. I really don't know except there's a royal family with a guy called Loki and that's it. Maybe someone here ate a devil fruit. So, with the background sound of Makia trashing some giants, I learn about privileged information. Oh Holtz, there's a strong presence outside. I suddenly say, it's the Shanks D, snitch. I laugh. I stand up and drag Tsukasa to the outside with me. The scene that greets us is very chaotic, with many things happening at the same time. First things first, there's a sea of bodies, unconscious bodies, not corpses, of giants. I think maybe 500 giants. Makia was there in the middle, being encircled by more giants ready to jump my guy. On the shore and sea, I can see a fleet. Shanks' Yonko crew. His characteristic ship is already in the port. Then there's Rover. He is pissing on an unconscious giant. It appears that Shanks' people took offense to him giving a golden shower on the giant, because Lucky Roo, that fat guy, it's above Rover already delivering an attack with a huge hammer on him. The blow is strong enough to create shockwaves and cracks on the ground, and even make Rover Ness bend a little. But after that, my dog straightens himself and shakes his head from side to side like he is shaking something off. But this can't stand. Lucky Roo wants to continue attacking, but I glare at him. What are you thinking you are doing with my dog? My voice is transmitted directly to him and everyone else in this place. My tone passes. The message of, attack again and you're dead, and Lucky Roo stops to look at me. I disappear to reappear on Makia's spiky back. Looking down at the whole place I ask, so, why are you guys jumping on my people? This is not Jujutsu Kaisen. Seeing the situation, it appears that the Shanks people were almost attacking Makia too. We finally meet the devil. The man himself walks in front of his people. He shows my bounty poster. Now my bounty is a 4B after defeating Kaido. Hello there, red-haired. I look down on him. I have the high ground. And my nickname is better. What are you doing here? He asks me while making an intimidating face. What are you doing here? On the paper, Elbaf is not his territory. On paper, at least. Visiting my friends. He answers, fair. I'm doing tourism. It doesn't look like it. He deadpans while looking around the sea of giants, unconscious and standing. They are alive. And I brought my boy here to have some spar with people that can physically match him. Isn't Elbaf the land of proud warriors? I raise my eyebrow. Did these so-called warriors go crying to their daddy after being beaten? Are they frauds? Again, the mood doesn't look like of a merry spar. Shanks says looking angry. I look around. Yep, the giants are angry. Did Makia disrespect them? Very possible. In the end, he is a villain. I look down on Makia and I can feel that he grew stronger. Practicing make it perfect after all. Well, so what? I turn to Shanks and the rest and smirk. 1v500, you all are all happy in taking the challenge in the beginning. Now that he has proven much better, did he step on your pride as warriors? Boo, I mock. The giants bristle at my words. So disappointing. I expected more of the race that beat their chest and proclaimed themselves brave warriors. Or do you guys only act brave to the ones weaker than you? This is not a being brave, is being a bully, you know. When I want to offend, I know exactly what to say. This remembers me. Didn't Big Mom soloed some villages around here when she was 5 years old? And you guys acted like she was a monster. She is. Painting a child as a monster is easier than admitting your own incompetence, right? So what if Makia was disrespectful and Rover was pissing on the guy? They are my people. I will admonish them later privately. No one else has the right. What? No words. I mock again. I can hear some tighten their grips on their weapons, murmuring something about how dare I mock the death of Beardfall or something like that. I just continue to look down on Shanks. So what that he was a character that I liked to accompany in the past. If you have different views, I will not bend over backward to him. And I don't even know if he is a villain. I did a little research and sincerely he looks like a respectable and good guy. His Yonko's crew really protects weak countries and pirates. Much more similar to Whitebeard than Kaido and Big Mom. He being a villain would be a plot twist bigger than Aizen. He is fooling everyone then. So, are we gonna stare at each other forever? I ask with a raised eyebrow. If you want to fight, attack already. I really have no interest in his crew. No devil fruits. Spoiler alert, you're gonna lose. You come here and treat this place like your own backyard and want to go away without a problem? Shanks asks with a frown, the people around him getting ready for a battle. Isn't this called being a pirate? I tilt my head to the side. You're never gonna win with words against me, dude. Your hypocrisy is higher than that tree. I point to the Yggdrasil of this place. Some time ago you went to Old Man Whitebeard's ship blasting your hockey like you're hot shit, and now do you want to admonish me? Did you lose your common sense together with your arm? I shit-talk him. All around him, I can feel the people getting angry for his sake. It appears that he is very respected and loved by his people. The difference is that I have the strength to act like that sometimes. He says. And I laugh. I fucking laugh more loudly than even in this world. Ha 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 ha. You're saying this. I pause for a moment and glare at him. To me. Zwan Boom our conquerors hockey clashes at the same time. That's literally one of the coolest things in this world. It appears that the whole place is filled with static electricity. The clash pushes the people a little. I'm protecting Tsukasa and I'm not going all out. But I can confirm one thing. Shanks is strong. Maybe stronger than Kaido. It's hard to measure with only that, but they are at least on equal grounds. What says a lot, if you consider Kaido has much more muscle mass and a mythical Zoan. The clash lasted for some seconds. From a third-person perspective, it would appear that we are equal. But an observant one would notice that the clash was more like waves trying to push a rock wall. My hockey didn't budge while his kept trying. He knows that too. Still want to fight? If not, you would be a coward like these fraud of Vikings. I bet Luffy and Usopp would be disappointed. I continue my trash talk before I remember something using the world as a shocking factor. I reappeared between the red-haired pirates. Stopping time and appearing so close to these guys that trust in hockey so much has a great mental effect. Yasop, I have a question. I speak to the man. Talking about Elbaf and Usopp reminded me of this guy. Everyone turns fast to point their weapons and circle me. I calmly continue to stare at the shooter of Shanks' crew. So, you abandoned your family, how do you feel about it? I say, not caring about his rifle pointing at me. In truth, I even put my finger in the barrel like I'm in some sort of cartoon, and if he shoots the rifle would explode on his face. For some reason I find this very funny. He doesn't answer and everyone's posture shifts, ready to start something. I turn my head to look at Shanks over my shoulder. If you can see the future, you must know that this is a bad idea. I glare at him. I put on my mind the thought that if they attack, I will rip them apart. It's that thing that I learned from the Ancient One again, the one that I used against Shirley. Projecting my thoughts to increase the possibility of the future that I want to show. Apparently it works because I see Shanks frowning and not making further moves. I turn to Yasop again. Come on. Answer my question. You abandoned your family for like 10 years? Never came back. How can you live with yourself being such a deadbeat father? I ask, genuinely curious, that I'm a man of the sea. He finally answers, a pirate. Coming back would only put them in danger. He answers finally it more or less makes sense. He is a top pirate in this world and everyone saw what the Marines tried to do with Ace and his mother. Not convinced. Your wife died while you were partying some islands away. You didn't even send some money back, did you? I did. He answers fast and defensively, and I didn't know that she was sick, I only learned much later. Ugh, I don't even have the face to see my son anymore. He sighs and shakes his head. Well, I guess information circulation here sucks. I comment with my chin on my finger, but why delay? If you're man enough to face Yonkos and admirals, go face your son and let him give you some nasty words. He shakes his head. You're not a father. You wouldn't get it. Fighting Yonkos is easier. He sighs again. My super senses allow me to see how nervous and restless he is about this subject. He then continues and stares directly at me with some resolve, but I know that he will forgive me. I narrow my eyes at him. How could? And I know that my wife never held a grudge against me either. He interrupts me. You can't know that. I say, a little out of my element by how sure he looks. My senses say that he really believes that. Or he is the most obnoxious guy on the planet, or there's something I can't see. The truth is, I'm not ready to be forgiven by Usopp yet. One day we will meet. He says with certain, and I know that he understands because he went to the sea. He stares at me and I stare back. The stare down continues for a minute, maybe longer. Eventually I sigh and turn away. The difference in culture is too much. I shrug. Fucking anime worlds. No one blocks my way while I walk back to Makia and jump on his back. I raise my palm to the sky and a bunch of motes of light are emitted from it. A combination of my healing powers, the main one being the devil fruit from that Tontata princess. The motes of light heal the giants that are beaten black and blue by Makia. Well, maybe I should apply the when in Rome, I was saying to myself before I pointed to a certain place in the crowd. There is a person that I recognize. But he should be dead. Jaguar D. Saul? I think that was the most shocked that I have been in this world. The orange-haired giant points at himself. He is the giant that saved Robin during her childhood. The fucking Dereshishi guy. You're fucking alive. I accuse. I don't waste time and vanish from my place to grab him. You're coming with me to see Robin now. I start flying away. Wait. I'm not ready. He tries to protest. No one ever is. I shout to him and I look at Yasop too. It's a leap of faith. I repeat the words that Siko said earlier. A leap of faith. After giving my orders to Makia to go back, and leaving one last gift to Shanks, I flow to meet Robin. And here I am. I would have cried if I was not a heartless bastard. Robin and Saul are talking. Robin cried a lot, but she was so happy. He is explaining to her how he survives and giving some other good news like the fact Vegapunk saved the knowledge of O'Hara. I really need to visit him. Hector. Robin brings me back from my plans by approaching. I'm really thankful for what you did. She says while drying some tears. No problem. It's part of my oath anyway. I say, oath? She tilts her head in confusion. Well, the unspoken oath with all One Piece fans. Treat Robin well in the event of coming to this world. It's ingrained in all One Piece fans' minds. I read my fair share of OP fanfics in my other life. I think I haven't seen one that the MC did something bad with her. Even when the MC is villainous, he recruits her and treats her well too. But I'm not gonna explain about her army of outer-dimensional simps to her. Nothing. If you want to thank me, I accept a hug and kiss on the cheek. The hero reward. I open my arms and smile cheekily at her. And she really does it. After a giggle, she approaches and wraps me in a tight hug and kisses my cheek. Damn. She is soft, and her waist is tiny and she smells good. It's because of her power? We separate and I give a mental salute that can cross all dimensional walls to my fellow One Piece fans. Mission accomplished. Sanji gave me a bento to deliver to you. I take the items from my inventory and a bunch of letters. The rest of the Straw Hats are all good if you want to know. Fufu. Thanks. She smiles receiving the objects. Well, now that I'm on it, let's complete this side quest and give the bento to the rest of the Straw Hats. Why are you still performing on the streets, Brook? I ask the skeleton musician while he eats from the bento. Yoho. Being close to the people is better than holed up in a studio. He exclaims. We are in the break of his little performance. He gathered a respectable crowd here on this amphitheater. I can understand that. I say, what about we make a duet? I'm with this song in my head all day. Brandy, you're a fine girl. This song is resonating with my situation. Yo-ho-ho. Then let's go. You have a whole lot of plot armor in surviving it. I say to Frankie. Apparently, he exploded Vegapunk's lab at some point. Right now he is only a cyborg carcass, directly from a Terminator movie. It's because I'm super. He strikes his pose. I throw the bento on the ground, whatever, and put something. I don't want to see you, robotic dick. Where's my Yuki Rito luck when I need it? It gives and it takes, huh? So, I was studying zoans lately, and different from the other devil fruits, they have something of a will inside them, and the method of awakening is when you enter in contact with it in some way. I say to Chopper while we eat on the big tree of this island, looking at the ocean, it makes it easier to awaken when compared with the paramecias and logias, but there's a problem. If you don't have a strong mind, the will of the fruit/animal will overtake you. This happened with some people in Impel Down and is what happens when you use the rumble point. So I'm forcing the awakening and because of this I lose control? Chopper turns to my side, shocked. Yep, you need to have a good balance and dominate the animal side, in your case the human side. He pauses to think. Chopper always has a little of a problem in accepting himself because of his past. Considering himself a freak. It's also funny how devil fruits latch on our genetic code but is not passed to the descendants. But I theorize that Zoan users pass a little of their strength to their offspring. I say to take his mind off the gutter. We talked a little more about theories and his work. The guy doesn't have a sense of keeping secrets, too pure. I think I can make even more variations of my rumble point now. He says that's one of the things that interest me a lot. In this world, the Zoan fruits allow you to turn in a 100% the animal or in a hybrid form. There's no middle ground in the sense of using a partial transformation like turning only a part of your body. But Chopper here created something that does this. It's incredible. Does the human fruit really burst intelligence that much? I have it. And the only change I noticed is that I can think even faster and my mind is more clear. Maybe I'm already too smart. Or Chopper is special too. He has a blue nose, different from the other reindeers. Don't come closer. Nami shouts from the other side of the table while we play a game of cat and mouse. She moves in response to my moves, trying to keep her distance. Het, you're breaking my heart, my dear cat burglar. I smirk at her with a hand over my chest. I even gentlemanly declared that I'm going to steal your lips and you treat me this way? Your brain is rotten, you jackass. Who would stay still while being assaulted? She shouts while we circle each other. You can't run and would be a hypocrite on your part if you complain. In my country is said that a thief that steals from a thief is forgiven. I declare righteously, shut up. Even your country is rotten. Hey, it's true but don't say it like that. And you already kissed me last time. That's only the appetizer because I have to figure out the boundaries with my girls. Now, I have the green light to take my payment. I say girls? You're truly scum. Hey, that's also true but you're hurting my feelings. Don't worry, it's not assault if your eyes turn into hearts. I smile roguishly while I continue to mess with her. How did you arrive here? I ask Siko after I visit Myhawk's Island. Long-een. She answers while giving me a strange look. A totally understandable reaction because, give back my body, you're creepy. Perona shouts at my side while I inhabit her body. She tried to sneak attack me when I arrived and acted all smug because she was in her untouchable ghost form. By the way, I could have grabbed her with hockey, but this is funnier. So I turned into a ghost and possessed her defenseless body. Don't sit with your open legs. Don't smile like this with my face. Don't touch my boobs. She exclaims while trying to invade her body. Too bad for her, my spirit is really strong. Relax, you don't know it but only by inhabiting your body he is being improved. It's true. Some regenerative powers are kicking in, she is even getting a little stronger. It's because I turn my real body into a ghost, Danny Phantom style. I just need to be careful to not go overboard and break her. Oh whatever, I can fix her again. Damn, I'm become even more desensitized to these things, huh? This reminds me of how Doppio becomes muscular when Diavolo takes control. An interesting prospect. By the way, why did you attack me? I turn to look at her, revenge for Moria-sama. She exclaims, you're the one that killed him. Oh, the newspapers and that's why she ran away from me last time, huh? It was not me though. And he is alive. What? Is this true? She backs off, shocked. You aren't lying to me, right? Why would I lie to you? I deadpan, don't make those faces in my body. She bites her sleeve in annoyance, but Moria-sama is alive. That's marvelous. She shouts and floats happily away. Wait, this could be bad. I remember now that she is the one who took Zoro to Sabaody after the time skip. If she goes away to search for Moria, Zoro can end up in another anime. Hey, Perona. Let's make a deal. I grab her attention, stay here with Mihawk and Zoro till his training is completed, take him to Sabaody. And I will not kill Moria. You evil man. She points her trembling finger at me. Please, like you is any better. I stand up and stretch my back. Damn, what a weak body. Don't make those moves with my body. I ignore her following me and walk to where Zoro is resting. Hey, Zoro. Give me Shusui. I extend my hand to him. He stops eating and glares at me, obviously not for free. I will give you a sharper sword that you can make yours. Then I explain the history behind Shusui. The legend of Ryuma. Moria grave robbing. How Shusui is a patrimony of all Wano. So it's like an auspicious item to them. Give back and I will compensate you. I say, so that guy was really a big shot. He comments, more to himself. That guy is probably your ancestor. I don't really care. If I receive a good sword I will give it to you. Great. I even will give you a bonus. I smile broadly at him. Don't smile like that in my body. Perona shouts. Siko beat the crap out of him. Perona shouts while cheering for the battle unfolding. I think I should have gotten used to Hector's weird antics. Hey, don't do that. They are gonna see my panties. But seeing Hector's Perona body beating Zoro like an unruly 3-year-old child is not something that I expected. Apparently, hockey can be used in other bodies too. What's the problem, future greatest swordsman? You're being beaten by a gothic Lolita like her Discord simp. Bark for me. Hector mocks with a laugh. Don't make that face with my body. I have to give it to Perona, is really unsettling. But I think I'm a little envious. Right now he is completely dominating her body and ahem. Anyway, Hector. Shouldn't you be in another place? I interrupt the battle. Oh yeah. He turns to me, I'm gonna take Shusui with me, I have a substitute anyway. He says and gets off Perona's body. She doesn't waste time and seizes her body back and puts some distance. Chill girl, he probably was only copying your power. If he wanted to do something with you he would have seduced you. Now that the lesson was given, I'm going away. Bye. And he disappears so fast that I can't even say if he teleported or simply moved. The lesson here is that Hector exchanged an adamantium katana with Zoro, and he is showing that even if the sword is strong, it's useless if it can't reach the enemy. Damn it. I turn to look at the man panting on the ground. He appears frustrated to be so powerless against Hector, but he at least has the will to bounce back because he stands up and goes for training. But then something crashes on the ground near to us. A baboon. Perona tilts her head. This is one of the many baboons that live here, the ones that copy people's styles. But this one looks different. Chapter 301 to 320 is ended and next chapter 321 to 340 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything please comment. Thank you. Only true anime and Marvel fans will hit that subscribe button. Are you one of them? Comment on their favorite young adult fantasy audiobooks and check your other videos for more recommendations.